heart of mine. You were someone I couldn't forget. I sit right and bide my time, yeah. Spend my life looking for that somebody to make me feel like new. Now you tell me that you wanna leave me, but darling, I just can't let you, baby. Now that I found you, I won't let you go. I build my world around you. I need you so, yeah, baby, even though you don't need me now. Oh, baby, now that I found you, I won't let you go. I build my world around you. I need you so, yeah, baby, even though you don't need me. You don't need me, no, no. Oh, 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 yeah. You don't need me, no, no. Oh, 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 yeah. You don't need me, no. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain and we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have things that you need to borrow. For no one can feel those of your needs that you won't let show. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Just call on me, brother, if you need a hand, 'cause we all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand, 'cause we all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Ntore, good morning. How are you feeling? A bit anxious? I think to start us off, give yourselves a round of applause for all the work that you've done. It hasn't been easy. You started off as a bigger team. You're still quite a big team, but there's many of you that are not with us today. But you have put in the work. You have done your best. Now it's time for you to put it up on stage. Show what you're capable of. Now, without further ado, I'd like to first off recognize the people that are with us. Anthony, our group CEO, our judges, and then welcome our regional director, Aline Kabanda. A round of applause.
Good morning, and welcome to the Jasiri Talent Investor Demo Day for the 8th cohort, for our Ntore cohort. You know, Ntore means a lot. It means it has a significant meaning. In Kinyarwanda, it means warrior. Today is an important day. It marks the end of residential intensive. 3 months ago, we were telling the judges yesterday that this cohort started a journey. They joined the residents. They formed a community. Many of them didn't know each other. They forged relationships that developed into co-founding teams. They identified a problem. They went to the market. For all these 3 judges, is the entrepreneur. Some are entrepreneurs themselves, have worked with entrepreneurs, are investing in entrepreneurs, but truly thanking you for your time today to come and provide your feedback and insights to the entrepreneurs. So thank you. I wanted to acknowledge you in a big way, and Renita alluded to this, that it has been a journey, frustrations, wins, excitement, a bag of emotions. But this truly is the journey of an entrepreneur. It is rewarding, it is fulfilling, but at the end of the day, it's about the impact that you want to create. If you were to ask, or if a 5-year, but there are others behind the scene. So I also wanted to thank you very briefly, and starting with Anne Lawi. She is an investment lead at Impact Gateway Africa. She has worked with many entrepreneurs. She's a seasoned expert with over 18 years of experience in strategic leadership, investment, and startup ecosystem development across Africa.
Taken. I mean, we take chances where others might not see an opportunity.
Our CEO and internal medicine specialist leads the clinical and go-to-market strategy. And I am Dastasiyum, the CTO and mechatronics engineer leading the product development. Together, we blend clinical expertise with technical execution. HyCare is not just about the product. It's not about the compliance. As a company committed to transform infection prevention through smart and scalable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you much, HyCare. Over to you, judges.
Thank you. That was an amazing presentation. Congrats, you guys. And I want to understand basically, how is your solution better than what is existing? I'm assuming people, wash hands with soap or whatever. Why is it? If I'm a hospital, why should I be paying $50 plus a subscription? Whereas I can ask my healthcare professionals to just wash their hands.
This product, normally currently what is being going on for increasing hand hygiene compliance is sometimes they put people to remind people to wash their hands and follow the guidelines, and sometimes it's completely ignored. So our product, especially for Africa, is just not only useful, but it's going to be a life-saving. And regarding the existing products, they are all in the West. They are built for their infrastructure and they are expensive. So we are bringing this technology to Africa and we're making it affordable, and we're building it for the existing infrastructure.
Thank you so much. I think it's a super essential product for the healthcare market in Africa. One, in terms of the market entry into the hospitals, what are the regulatory factors? Does it need to be certified by the health agencies in different countries? I know most of the countries, any health new product have to be, what have you found out around that? Secondly, I know you have said there exist others and they are made for infrastructure in that. In most cases, you can always learn what is working and what can be adopted for this market rather than building from scratch. I would want to know what you have learned within that process, because I know it exists elsewhere. And what part of what exists you are adopting, because just because we want to innovate for Africa, it doesn't make sense to build everything from scratch, right? So we need to learn from what exists to make it better or adapt for this market. Lastly, what is the time period or lapse cycles of when I sanitize and I touch it? Does it also detect, because I can, if it's time sensitive of when I need to sanitize, does it sense if it's within 5 minutes? Does it sense if within a minute I do something that I need to sanitize again, that it will alert me? How does that work? Sorry, it's loaded, but I hope you remember.
I will answer the first one, and just I will answer the next two questions. So regarding regulations, as any health tech product, we're going to show the efficacy, and that's why we're doing the pilot, so that we can actually show that it works. Like, we're going to have a pre-pilot study, and we're going to see the hand hygiene compliance rate and the infection rate, and we're going to show after the intervention of our product what has changed. So that will help us in getting the regulatory hurdles so that we can go to the market. And the other supportive regulation that we have is there are many infection prevention and control policies in our country that actually requires hospitals to have higher hand hygiene compliance rate. So we will be supporting that, so that regulation will support us. The next question.
Regarding the adaptation, in Ethiopia, the problem is already identified by the healthcare workers, by the hospital administrators. They are looking for a solution, and they are applying a manual solution. And in the West, they have identified the problem. They have innovated or produced their own products to solve the problem, and the problem is solved for them. So what we did is, we have seen their experience, and we have identified our problem. So we can't bring the solution from the West directly implement it in Africa, because we have a low infrastructure healthcare setup. So what we did is, we adopt the positive sides and similar to this one, like the product is built by BioVisual and Ecolab, but those devices are built for high healthcare infrastructure setup, the technologies. What we did is, we studied the workflow and we innovate in a such way that it works for African healthcare setups.
Okay, and to just finalize on the question, so we are designing this to detect every time we enter a room and every time we are near a patient bed. So there will be a beacon under the bed. So this will read the beacon. So every time you come to a new patient, it will remind you, you sanitize. And when you go to other bed, again, it will remind you and you sanitize. And just to add up on what we're doing different from the West, we are using a low-tech gadget, so that we won't be using Internet of Things and the likes. So we'll just be using Bluetooth and simple text, so that we can really use it in the low-tech setups. there are zones. There are patient zones. So like under the bed, there is a Bluetooth beacon. So it will have a zone. So whenever I enter into that zone, it will remind me to sanitize. So that means I'm near to a patient. So there's a possibility I might touch that patient. When I leave this zone and when I go to the next patient bed, it again reminds me to sanitize. So every time I go to different beds, I will get this cues.
Yeah, okay. So my question is, you said that it's affordable. So it's affordable compared to what? From maybe the same type of devices that are imported? That's one. And the second one is, when you have, how are these devices manufactured? Because when you implement it in each hospital, that means you have to maybe map the hospital, and then you have to collect data, and then you have another piece. So all of these pieces are imported. How many pieces can you make a year? How much does it cost? So, and please emphasize more about the affordable part.
Okay. The product development life cycle begins with the design and having the proofing the concept. We have already proved the concept. Now we are investigating resources and companies which can partner with us to manufacture the product in bulk, so that we will be ready for piloting the device and collect the necessary data to fine-tune our design. After finishing this piloting stage, we will go to the rollouting the devices in such a way that they are affordable, because we will manufacture them in a bulk, which means we will lower our profit margin so that they will be affordable to the.
Where are they manufactured? So you're outsourcing the manufacturing part. Is that right?
Currently, we are looking for companies which can partner with us. Like we have one with in Addis Ababa, PCB assembly companies. Among those, we are starting to connect with them. Hopefully, we will have we will reach an agreement with a company for producing the necessary devices for our pilot.
So maybe to add up on that a bit. So initially, as we have said, initially we're going to pilot it. So for that, we are planning to produce the first 100 products. But even for that, we're going to need a mass production. And for that, we need to outsource some of the components, and some of the components can be just easily found in our country, so we can assemble them. So we're trying to figure out, our production line, and all the while we're always trying to find a way that we can increase the unit cost of the single product. So that is it. And the other thing is we're estimating for one unit, for example, for a 12-bed intensive care unit, we're estimating a need for around 18 gadgets. So according to the scale of the hospitals and the way they're going to use it, we're going to use that calculation. So how much we're going to need. So whenever we make deal with one hospital, we would know how much we'll need that. So we'll produce that. But before that, we have to set up our production line. That's our plan.
But also you have the maintenance part also, because these are small. I don't know how long they will last, but you have to go back to the. So maybe your operational costs are higher. Also, I was thinking if hospitals don't have internet, so
we don't use it.
Yeah, so it's connected because you have data in it, right?
Yeah, but we don't need internet. We have built it in a way to use just the Bluetooth and direct. We'll have a charging station where you charge it, you take the data at the same time. Whenever a doctor finish using it, when they put it to a charge, we take the data, so that will be compiled in the background. And we're going to support the hospitals to analyze that data. That's why they're paying the subscription fee.
Awesome. Let's give them a hand, guys. Thank you, HyCare. Ladies and gentlemen, next up on stage, CNN.
Morning, guys. You guys can all hear me. So, my name is Nat. My colleague here, Celine. Now, before we jump right into this exciting presentation, I want you guys to actually remember maybe the last time you might have bought a wine bottle or a whiskey, maybe for a special occasion, right? Now, use it, and by the time it's done, you probably have thrown it out into the trash. Now, that trash in Rwanda is part of the 25,000 tons of glass waste that goes into the landfill every year, which actually accounts to 80% of the total import in Rwanda. Now, that's a big problem, and here's why. Glass is not biodegradable. It simply sits there, soaking up the sun. And two, it can actually be recycled and bring back into the economy, hence losing us at the moment around $40 million every year.
Yes, and the solution about this problem is so simple, is to break this linear cycle. The big picture is to have a recycling and manufacturing facility here, but right now at this moment, we are using unbroken glass bottles to make drinking glass, jars and vases, just as the one that we have, yes, there. And later on, that is when we go into the process of crushing and melting. We are primarily targeting people in hospitality. Those are the hotel, the restaurant, and the cafes, mostly because they reached out to us because they need these products. Why? The hospitality sector and also the tourism sector is growing fast, and with it, there is a rising demand of brands that look different, and even some want to look sustainable. But they find it difficult to find an authentic way of demonstrating that in their day-to-day operation. So that is what our products are helping them do. So we have a very big market potential of glass, but at the moment we are just only focusing on glassware, and it has a market value of 70 million per year.
Right, now, you as a hotel owner, basically as a customer, why would you actually buy these glasses from us? Now, the first thing is quick fulfillment. We're operating here. You place your order, we deliver it quickly. Now, second, you want to be unique on how you show yourself, on how you present it. So whether it's branding, customization, embossing, whatever it is, bring us your requirements and we provide the on-demand customizations. And third, say you buy it, you use it, and at some point it gets broken, right? You just have to bring it back to us and you can walk back with a brand new replacement for cheap. Now, Rwanda at the moment doesn't have any glass manufacturing facility yet. And we are actually entering the market as a recycling hub. Now, with that, our current market looks, we're currently competing with the local, the regional manufacturing within the region and local importers we have here. Now, when it comes to our business, the biggest cost drivers so far we have are the logistics and the production. And going into phase 2, we'll have energy counted in as well. Now, the distribution is hitting directly to businesses. And at the moment, we're basing our prices based on the perceived value rather than the cost. Just within the past 3 weeks so far, we have garnered around $124 in sales and $525 in contracts. We have 3 big hotels signed up to test our products, including Idembe Heritage, and 5 partnerships signed on from Depot Kalisimbi for landfill and Wesawel for the fabrication.
Yes, and our team has experience in business development, strategy, and operational execution. Not here, he has a background in electrical engineering. Me, I do have a background in health, but we learned glass 101. We crushed it, we melted it, we failed, we pivoted, and here today we are having product, market fit product that we are presenting here today. And we're not doing that alone because we have the guidance of a master glass maker who is recognized internationally, and he'll be bringing his craftsmanship to our production process. Moreover, we have a mechanical engineer who will be locally fabricating our machineries. So, we are asking for $10,200, which will be used into product development, thermal process setup, operation, marketing, and sales. And that will help us to increase our production capacity from 15 products that we were doing today to 100 products per day, and to help us to increase our market margin up to 73%. That will be making profits around 5,000 a month. And going into the month 6, that's when we want to start our phase 2 of melting and of crushing crushing and melting glass and then make new product. And our furnace will be having the production capacity of 500 units a day. And by the end of the month 9, we have created jobs, increased our margin to up to 84, be making around 11,000 per month, and then we have saved 25 tons from ending in the landfill. So why is this really needed now? One, glass consumption is increasing, and with it there is rising waste that is coming with it. And also you can see that even other beverage companies like Inyanja have started packaging their water in glass bottles because we are moving from plastic. Another, did you know that our biggest beverage company, Bradirgwa, exports its broken glass bottles to be recycled in Tanzania? Anyways, the government is also looking for investment into manufacturing, which means this is needed, and there is political and regulatory alignment. So this is really needed, and it is needed now. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, CNN judges.
That's a very great project. I really like it. So my first question is, why the hospitality sector? Like, when I think about glassware, I think about packaging. A lot that we don't have in East Africa, and then it's mass-produced. So why did you specifically choose to enter the market with hospitality? That's my first question. The second one is, how do you source them? So how do you collect the glasswares? And how many do you collect a day? How many can you do? What's your maximum capacity to manufacture these glasswares? And yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
All right. So in terms of why the hospitality, the reason we chose that is at the moment our entry point is recycling the unbroken bottles into glassware. Now, our biggest part of the value proposition is sustainability and recycling. Hence, the hospitality attaining to sustainable practices drove us to that. And next to that, the form factors that we can actually produce at a max is dependent on the wine bottles or the glass bottles that we collect. So we can't really have so many diversifications in the type of products that we can produce. So the basic drinking glassware, the jars, the containers are our biggest lines at the moment. And the hospitality is the one that actually consumes that the most. And for us, retail is not an option at this point because one, mass production, and two, pricing. So we're going for the hospitality, and at least we saw the demand for it, that's why. And there is another question about the sourcing. So at the moment, we're in partnership with Depo Kalisimbi, the landfill administrator for Kigali at the Nduba site. So there is one of Kigali's landfills. We are going to be sourcing free of charge for taking the glasses. We basically just need to sort and collect and clean right from the landfill to our processing site, which is going to be Unipod for crushing. We mentioned a couple of the partnerships we have earlier, and that will be our basically sourcing workflow.
I'm not convinced about the sourcing. Having been doing a due diligence of a company doing something similar to you, and the sourcing, collecting and sorting is the biggest challenge of glass recycling. I want to hear more of how you're thinking about it. It's okay to start with a partnership with one of the manufacturing company, but that's not enough. When you start mass production, how much of that you can get. I want to hear you thinking in terms of how you're going to source enough of raw materials that can be able to do mass production. Secondly, when it comes to the setting up of the machinery for production, it's capital intensive.
It also requires different molding techniques of different products that you're going to produce, right? What is your thinking around that in terms of setting up of that facility and the cost that comes with it? And what do you think is the high? I know you are starting with glasses, and that's why you are leaning towards hospitality, because I guess then there is ability to close sales, right? But I would want to hear what are your thoughts in terms of what are the, because it have to be thought through from production to sales, right? Because of the machinery requirement and the cost that comes with that. Just want to hear your thoughts around it from a business perspective.
Okay, so let me start with the answer about sourcing. So when audible? Yeah, so when we were learning about this problem, we know that waste is generated, but we wanted to know what happens to it after we consume it. We went to people who produce it more, even hospitality, that even the people who produce lots of wastage. So we wanted to know where do they go? We go to know that, to see that waste collectors come for it and then they end up in the landfill. So that is why we say that we don't need to go into the process of collecting the glass waste at the moment ourselves, because there are people who are doing it. What we can do is work with the people who are already into that process and then get the waste from them. The landfill, when you go there, most of the bottles, the glasses, they are crushed. So if we go to to waste collectors, we'll be able to collect the unbroken bottles. So in the phase one, that's where those one will be focusing on the waste collectors. And when we're going to phase two, when we'll be going into mass production, that's when we'll be immediately going to source from different places that have been dumped into the landfill. So the next question is?
Sorry. Going about into the second phase, basically the setting up the furnace and stuff. So what we started looking into is, okay, is there a possibility of actually getting a furnace set up within the range that we're asking for? And so far what you have gotten is the furnace designed ready, an electric furnace capable of up to melting 20 to 30 kgs. So we have got that design and looking to fabricate it here. Now that total cost from design to fabrication so far is estimated at $3,500. Now the setting up next to that is basically cleaning and the kiln or the oven setup. That total cost so far for us is $1,100. So setting up the furnace and basically the thermal process setup for us so far is estimated at about $4,600. That's been the entry point for us to set it at first as we go into the month 6 of VC. There are a few other projections that we have for, the amount of sales we're gonna have within the first 6 months of doing this recycling of the glasses. But even besides that, basically that's been our cost structure so far, just within the setup. Yeah. Not the furnace setup, but basically at the moment what we're doing is cutting, repurposing, and upcycling the glasses. Yeah.
So quick question, just give me a number, ballpark. How much would it take for you to set up operation here or in East Africa for Bradirgwa to stop importing or exporting the broken glass to be recycled?
All right. You want to take it? Okay. Just at the total cost to set the whole thing up, for us, it was estimated around 9.87 million Rwandan francs. So with that setup, we'll have to start the phase 2, and that's probably when we'll have most of the costs incurred on us, because at the moment we can operate easily with a lesser operational margin, operational costs. When it comes to acquiring all of Brailwas and Inyanges and Skulls export sizes, it will definitely take us a lot. We don't have an exact number to up to when we'll get there or how much capacity we'll get there. But at least in phase 2 for us, what we can concurrently know is that we'll at least be producing 500 units a day, which basically means recycle, bring back export. Sorry.
Why 500 units per day? Why?
That's a capacity of the furnace. So the maximum capacity. Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you much, Team CNN. Next up on stage is AAI.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Brian. Alongside me is Mercy. We are AAI. Let me start off by asking, quick show of hands, how many of you have ever thought to themselves, what if I had more time in the day? Have you ever, how many of you have ever found money you thought you'd lost? Maybe in an old jeans pocket, tucked up in the middle of your couch. It felt nice, right? Now imagine you're a business owner and you found $4,000 and 2 months of your own free time that you thought you lost. What did you do with it? Would you start a new product line? Would you go on that vacation you thought you needed? Or would you open a new branch? Those are the questions I was asking myself back in 2021. Oh, sorry. Those are the questions I was asking myself back in 2021 when I started my own online sneaker shop in Kenya. So every time I post something new, I get 100 DMs within the day asking the same questions. How much is the price? Do you do delivery? Can I pay via M-Pesa? I thought I could keep up. But every time I started a chat, I'd be pulled away by operations. And by the time I got back, the customer had gone away. Those were lost sales and lost opportunities, even after hours, countless hours of customer service. That's when I realized it wasn't overheads that were killing my business. It was the cost of doing everything manually.
And Brian isn't the only one. In Kenya, we have 7.4 million SMEs, 16% of whom have an online presence. So according to our market research, we learned that 92% of them still rely on manual tools to track orders and engage their customers. The result is a loss of up to 30% in revenue. So we thought, if we're to tackle this challenge, how much of the market could we realistically capture? We're focusing on the 2.5% who are typical early adopters, and that translates to a market of 30,000 SMEs and up to 12.5 million. That's attractive. So we went ahead and created a solution that allows businesses to chat, collect orders, and get paid, all on autopilot, Sasabot.
So how does it work? A business owner connects to Sasabot and uploads their business data. Then they're able to personalize their agent in terms of personality, tone, and how to respond to their clients and deploy. So when a customer checks their business, like for example my business, Sasabot automatically responds and answers the FAQs the customer may have and be able to also guide them through their product offerings. When the customer is ready to make an order, Sasabot automatically prompts them to pay in their preferred method of payment. Or the business deal is closed while the business owner is busy doing more productive tasks, like actually packing the orders or making strategic partnerships.
Now, why should you care? Imagine if you could be relieved of repetitive tasks and have more time for the more productive ones. Imagine if you could give your customers quality service 24/7 without breaking the bank. Imagine if you made them so happy that they came back every single time and brought their friends with them. Well, imagine no more, because this is what Sasabot does for you. It's that intern that's tireless, reliable, and actually thrives under pressure.
We understand the tools that are in the market and understand the limitations that drive non-consumption towards our target market. We're not building just tools, we're building solutions that are tailored for the realities of African SMEs. They're easy to deploy, cost-effective, and are designed to show operational efficiency from day one. How do you make money? We have 3 revenue generators: subscription fees, a pay-as-you-go model, and a percentage of the transactions that actually go through us. We make money together with our merchants, not off them. No vampire pricing on us.
To run our business costs money, so to deliver value to our clients, we'll be spending money on messaging app APIs, AI token, cloud storage, and sales and marketing. We want to create a unique customer experience and make our products sticky, so we're going to be world-class at making our conversations sound human-like. We're going to integrate Sasabot with platforms that our users are already familiar with, such as WhatsApp and Instagram. We're also going to allow them to make payment in their local channels, such as M-Pesa and Airtel Money, and we're making our customer onboarding process seamless so that everyone can get on board.
So in just 2 weeks, we've been able to get 11 SMEs onboarded on our basic WhatsApp flows offering, and we've been able to get 23 SMEs who are already very excited about our AI agent, which is 30% complete. You'll be able to interact with the prototype after our presentation.
What do the next 90 days look like for us? We're going to onboard 300 SMEs on our WhatsApp flows offering. We're also going to finish up on our AI MVP and pilot it with 100 businesses.
Why are we the best team for this? My name is Brian Dambuki. I'm an engineer and serial entrepreneur. I've lived the pain and understand the market. Alongside me is Masi Nyamusi, our resident AI whisperer who's able to turn any crazy idea into working software.
Today, we are asking for 10,200 to cover our compute and storage costs as we improve our AI model for accuracy and to be able to meet our clients' demands. It will also help us cover marketing and operational costs.
The biggest cost for African SMEs today isn't just money. It's time, lost sales, and missed opportunities for growth. For less than the price of a Rolex, we're giving it back. Join us as we shape the future of African SMEs. Thank you. You can scan the QR code and try Sasabot on our WhatsApp.
Alrighty, thank you, team. Judges.
That was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
And you guys are a great team. I only have one comment. What makes you guys different? Because I see, funny enough, like last week I think I met 3 companies basically doing the same thing. And obviously we are familiar with the other ones, the incumbents in the market. What makes you guys so different from the others, and what's your competitive advantage? And how is your product going to basically stand out compared to the others? And last question, I'm just curious, if you are facing any pushback from SMEs. Basically, I'm guessing you require some sort of like education to get adopt digital tools, unless I'm wrong. So how is that going?
Okay, thank you. So what makes us different is the user journey and the customer experience. So what we've done is we've taken the whole onboarding process and based it on messaging apps. So for now, we started with WhatsApp, and we have two agents. So we have a customer-facing agent and a vendor-facing agent. That means that if I'm an SME business and I don't have technical expertise, I can just pop onto my WhatsApp, give my details, and within days or hours, I will have my Sasabot running. That's different because the tools that currently exist need you to know either how to build a flow using a flow builder, and that takes a lot of time. And if you're not a technical person, then that the opportunity will not be available for you.
To add also onto that, our product is not just a basic chatbot. Our product is the backend. It can be integrated to any platform. So whichever market we go into, depending on the most popular app that is there, we can integrate it to that using the API if it's available. Gonna do? Oh, I wish you could go back to the slides. Go to market. Okay. So our value proposition is going into making sure our conversations sound human-like. It's like you're interacting with a human. Basic chatbots, and also take a customer through the whole customer journey. So including integration with local payments, so that our success rate is measured by how many interactions can actually go through the system without taking it back to a human. So if a buyer can actually come to your shop and do everything, all their shopping without actually interacting with an actual human, we have achieved our success. So that's our value proposition, to make sure we go through the whole system and relieve the business owners from the time of doing that so that they can focus on other things. So our difference is making sure that there's no lag between the process, and also the conversations feel human-like, and you actually do that. If you interact with the prototype we had put in, sorry about that. If you interact with the prototype, you'll see the type of conversations that actually go into the bot.
Amazing team, good pitch. My suggestion to you, you really need to find what's different. What are you going to do different from what else is doing in the market? Because I hear what you're saying, but have you ever had someone saying something, but you really cannot differentiate. Like I cannot differentiate what you're doing from anyone else in the market. So, and it's not from a point of just being different. It can be, this one does this is how we are doing differently for the purpose of positioning yourself and being able to get ahead or being able to get the market share of the SMEs. My other question, or not really question, but maybe a reflection for you, and my colleague kind of alluded to it. Why are SMEs not adapting to most of these tools? Is it because they don't exist? I don't think so. Is it because they are not aware or they don't know how to use it? And if that's the case, how are you going? Because it's not lack of it. It's lack of information or lack of how does it integrate. How are you going to, and this is not the question for answering, just for you to ponder, even as you put together the solution. How do you make sure you tap into that market of SMEs who may not necessarily be using it? And not because it's not because there isn't availability of those solutions in the market, because they don't know they exist or they don't know how to integrate. And I think for me, having working with and invested in some similar business, the lack of awareness and onboarding processes of SMEs and them being convinced that it's adding value, it's the biggest gap. So just for you to ponder, you don't have to answer, but just you to have that at the back of your mind.
Yeah, so my question is to your business model. So you have a $30 subscription, right? And then you have pay as you go. Those are the two options. So when it comes to an operating system, how does a pay as you go work? So if you choose only, let's say, a payment, just to integrate the payment system, that means you're mostly easily replaced, because they could go directly to M-Pesa or they can go directly to a payment gateway company. So that's one. So the second one is how affordable is that $30 subscription for SMEs? So for me, if you have a business model like this, it should be affordable for different type of SMEs. You can add different services and then go like you have the premium, and then you have maybe the low costs based on the services that you provide. So explain to me how that works. How did you come up with your business model and why?
It's a good question. So based on the SMEs, from our market research, we realized that from the questions we asked, they agreed that they lose money from being from late night messages being offline and being unavailable. So, and the tunes of money that was being mentioned was an average of between $2,000 to $6,000 annually. So that's an average of around $10,000 a month. So from the business model perspective, we were copying the realities of how other products are sold, so within the African market. So we want to bundle up the messages. So starting from $35, we're giving 500 conversations a month. So with those ones can pretty much serve a small type of situation, and it's affordable because considering the amount of money, if someone misses one sale, a sale of an average of 1,000 shillings, Kenya shillings, the amount of money they're losing at the end of the month is humongous. So the affordability aspect coming from that. And the other question about how...
That means you have different services. They can choose to use your service first.
Yes.
And then once they see that it works, they could go directly and deal with different companies just to have the same system as you.
Yeah, and our competitors' price points start off from around $70 going up. So we're trying to capitalize on that and become affordable to the SMEs. and the pay-as-you-go question you're asking. So the reality of it is like, if you finish the bundle, like for example, when people do postpaid for their data and stuff like that, once they finish their bundles, allocated bundles, they're able to top up and be able to go on as you pay. So our product isn't just the payment gateway, it's just the automation of the job to be done for the customer, for the business owner, the job to be done of answering FAQs, making the sales and all of that. So we're trying to automate that process. So it's not just about the payment gateway, because at the end of the day, they're doing everything manually. So our value proposition is just save them time in terms of doing that. And if we are able to do that accurately and make sure we relieve them from that time from doing that, we will have succeeded in our business model.
Yeah, and to add on to that, so a conversation is counted within a 24-hour period, and with $35, we're having 500 conversations. So to create more value for our customers, we're going to do a combination of flows and AI. So flows are free. AI is what is costing us money because we have to depend on the OpenAI API or whichever model we're using. So to make the conversations last longer, we're using flows and AI. So flows will kind of like handle the more generic questions. What is the price for this? Do you have this in stock? And then the more individualized one, or the ones that would typically need the attention of the business owner, those ones will be handled with the AI. So the 24-hour conversation will actually take less messages than it would typically if we just used AI. So the combination of the two will make the 500 conversations last longer.
Alrighty.
Do you mind if I make a quick comment?
Wow, okay, I'm going to charge you for this.
So I don't want, you guys please don't be discouraged. It's an amazing, when many people are building for the same, solving for the same problem, it shows that the problem is definitely there, and that the tools for solving that problem is that, the AIs and all that stuff are there. So my advice would be like, move very quickly, assume basically everyone is out to get your market, and raise a lot of money. Unfortunately, like, I hope you guys, I see you in the next, 1 year raising money from us, because this is a product that is going to need a lot of money and a lot of execution, moving very, very, very fast. So don't be discouraged by our questions.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thank you much. I'll take 10% of that raise. Next up on stage is Eon.
Good morning. This is Timion. Am I audible? Okay. My name is Kirwel, and my co-founder, Dr. Blaine. Let me start by asking you a question. How many of you have used plastic bottles in the past week? Almost all of you? Okay. An average person uses 4 plastic bottles a week. That is 200 bottles a year. Most of it ends up in landfills, taking 1,000 years to decompose. What's more, they end up in your food chain, and you end up consuming more than 2,000 microplastics a week. That is an equivalent of a credit card. Ethiopia produces 224,000 tons of plastic waste a year, yet only recycles only 18% of it. What's worse, Ethiopia, the plastic manufacturing companies have almost doubled in the past 5 years. So here is the paradox. On one hand, plastic is so integral to our life that we cannot live without it. On the other, it hurts our environment. So what do we do? Here is where Eon comes in. We produce high-quality polyester yarn out of a recycled plastic, changing the waste into value.
So why yarn? Recycled polyester yarn is incredibly versatile, and it can be used in many industries. In 2023, it was valued at $70 billion. And coming back to Ethiopia, the textile industry is actually one of the biggest industries, and it contributes to 46% of the country's manufacturing earnings, and it's valued at $263 million. And this industry spends $132 million each year importing polyester yarn. And this could have been avoided if we can recycle 40% of our plastic waste. So for our market size, our TAM is $12.5 billion, taking account to the global value of the recycled polyester yarn. And for our TAM, we take Ethiopia, and based on the plastic waste available and how much you can produce, $75 million is what we take. And we aim to capture 10% of that market, and our sum being $7.5 million. So based on our market research, what we figured out is that the key gaps in Ethiopia's plastic waste management, one is that it is fragmented, the collection is informal, and the recycled products are usually low-value products like plastic bags and containers. And one thing we figured out is there is trust issue around the value chains because of there's poor quality control. And what makes us different is that we have vertical integration model, meaning that we're involved from collection to processing. And that means we will ensure our consistency. And our traceable products using batch coding system, it will ensure our quality, and that our product that is recycled polyester yarn, which is unique to our country. So our production roadmap has two phases. The first one is we will process plastic bottles to flakes, and here our customers are going to be plastic manufacturers and wholesalers. And the second one is going to be processing flakes to polyester yarn, and our customers are going to be textile manufacturers and wholesalers. So for our tractions, in just 2 weeks, we were able to process and sell 1.5 tons of plastic flakes, and we received 8 tons of order, and we were able to onboard and work with 18 collectors. And during that, we were able to sign 12 MOUs with key players. So for our business models, we're going to directly sell by B2B to textile factories and wholesalers with cost-up pricing, and our cost is going to be machinery and logistics. So going to the market, we're going to be world-class at securing our raw materials and optimizing our production, establishing our sales channels. And what we're going to prioritize is stabilizing our raw materials supply chain. And one challenge we're going to anticipate is earning the buyer's trust, but we're going to work at making our products traceable.
Our team has a good standing because our CEO, Dr. Plain, has over 2 years of experience in business development and management. Myself, the CTO, I'm an electrical engineer, and I have over 1 year experience in entrepreneurship. Our ask is $1,200. 16% of it is going to go for operations, and 14% goes for onboarding customers, and 17% goes for machinery. Our machine costs $7,000, and it's able to process 300 kgs of plastics per hour. That is 52 tons of plastics a month. Our cost is going to be $381 per ton to collect and process these plastics, and we're going to be able to sell this for $572. This gives us $133 in profit after taxes. With this, even if we don't operate at 100% of our capacity, we'll be able to buy back our machinery in just 4 months. After that, in the next year, we'll be able to process 1,000 tons of plastic waste, giving us a profit of $133,000, helping us move to the next phase. This happens while we'll be able to hire 55 workers, and we clean up the environment. Thank you, and help us change the waste into value.
Alrighty, thank you much, team. Judges, over to you.
Thank you so much. Awesome presentation. Go back to that machine. Is that an extruder? What machine is that? This one.
This one?
Yes.
This one is a flakes making machine. It takes in plastics and changes them into flakes, plastic flakes.
Yes. How are you going to get this? Are you fabricating, or how are you getting the machine?
No, we're buying it.
Okay. It exists?
Yes.
All right. The reason I'm asking that, have you been able to see that it exists in another market? Because I have worked with both in Kenya and Somalia, a company crashing and creating product out of recycled plastics. And most of the machines that they were buying, they needed to refabricate to be able to do what they expected to. So my question for you is that, have you thought through how the machine, whether it works for this market and it works for what you do? And if you haven't, how do you fabricate it to fit the need or the purpose that you're buying it for? I'm just, because I have seen how that process, and also the time frame in terms of moving from right now, conceptualizing and planning, to when you get the material and make it fit for purpose, for what you're producing for, or for the products that you will be producing for. And I'm asking that based on experience of thinking that there is a machine, but then it comes on the ground and it's not close to what you expected, or in terms of production of the end product. Just wanting to know your thoughts.
Yeah, so one of the people that helped us do this, one of our mentors is a company called Mr. Green. I don't know if you know him, it's in Kenya. So what we asked him was choosing the machines. You can import them or have them locally. So what he had advised us was to import them. The machines are available, they work. And one of the things we have to consider is what is the need. So there is this technicalities that goes into it, like some people want in 50 millimeter, 12 millimeter. That technicality is set when you choose the machine in for the customers you provide. So based on our market research, there are machines that you can adjust to the level of the customer need. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to approach we have the customers, so we know their needs. And we also already chose the brands based on the people we asked. So the machine is available, yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
So my question is with your price. So you have about maybe 50 cents per kilo, if I understand. So I know that cotton in Ethiopia, which is about maybe 20 cents per kilo, and that's the commercial price. So your polyester is 100% more expensive than cotton, and cotton is a much better material. And you know, Gabi and Abashat Kamis, these are the traditional clothes are made out of cotton. So why would they choose something more expensive when they can have cotton, locally sourced cotton, much, much cheaper?
Okay, there is cotton in Ethiopia, but when you see the market, almost 62% of every cloth is a polyester yarn. And for individual clothes, for different kinds of clothes, you need different kinds of material. So there are clothes that you cannot use cotton, and there are clothes that you cannot use polyester. So those markets are going to use the polyester, and the ones that use the cotton, like the Habesha lips, are going to use the cottons.
So I'm sorry, I know almost next to nothing in this space, but I just want to understand basically the requirements for scale. Assume for you to, I don't know how scale looks like in your market. Like say like you're serving 2 markets. How much money would it take to have the machines, like the processing, etc.? Kind of, ballpark, give me an idea. And I was a little bit skeptical of the numbers. You said that with that one machine that costs 7K, you're going to make $120,000 in profit and employ 55 people? Is that accurate?
Yes, but these 55 people are the ones that collect plastic waste. So they are not going to work in the factory. Only 5 people are going to work in the factory. The 50 people we said are the ones that are going to collect the plastics. And for your question, for the first question, are you asking for the first phase or the second phase? For the machine, for the first phase, 10,200 is enough, just to set up and start operation.
No, sorry, like for scale. I don't know how you define scale.
Okay.
How much money does it take to buy the machines? I don't know how many machines, etc.
For scale, what we do is buy more machines. So like we said, it only takes around 4 months to buy another machine. So the more time we have, the more machine we buy, and then we scale up with if we want to scale. Yes.
All right, one more question.
What challenges do you anticipate from this process? What are those challenges that you are anticipating and you are aware they exist, even as you venture out?
So one challenge we anticipate will be the quality, because there are a lot of players in the Ethiopia and it may not be registered. Quality control is poor. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the international standards, such as tracing, batch coding system. So each batch will be coded, and anybody can trace that batch to who produced it. So that is one way of earning their trust. That is one thing we anticipate. But other than that, the challenges other people face in other countries, such as raw material issues or policy issues, are not going to be faced by us. And currently, even the government is pushing for plastic factories to recycle, and they're forming those relationships with recyclers.
Alrighty, thanks so much, guys. Give me a hand. Before next up on stage is GrowFender, the average at the moment is 4 minutes 59 and 59. So please make sure your timing is spot on. Next up on stage is GrowFender.
Good morning, guys. I know you've had a lot of questions, but I have one more. How many of you have applied for a loan before and had it rejected? That gut-wrenching feeling of rejection is the feeling that, let me have this. Okay, that gut-wrenching feeling of rejection is the everyday reality for Cyrus. Cyrus is a smallholder commercial farmer, farming on the outskirts of Nairobi. He has struggled for 3 years to increase production from 1/4 of an acre to 3/4 of an acre of land, simply because he's unable to access loans, which leads us to the problem we're trying to solve.
So out of 3.3 million small commercial farmers in Kenya, only 70% of them cannot access financing. This is despite the fact that 45% of the food consumed locally is imported. How is the market size?
The market we're solving for is massive, giving us an estimated sum value of $231 million per annum. How are we going to solve this problem?
So we're designing a peer-to-peer lending platform that allows investors to invest directly to farmers. This will give farmers like Cyrus access to quick financing for their farming inputs and other farming needs.
Now, lending to farmers is extremely difficult. Many have tried, many have failed. But the reason most of these people have failed is because they focus on financing and nothing but financing. GrowFender intends to do things differently. We aim to go above and beyond financing to help farmers succeed. Firstly, we use farm-specific agri-data in our credit scoring and loan approval process. We will bundle inputs with insurance to hedge against risks from act from God. We will also offer agronomic support and satellite monitoring services during the growth phase. And after this is done, we link our farmers with good markets, good prices to ensure they're able to repay their loan. Now, I know this is a lot. So Mel, how are we going to get started?
So we'll start by manually lending to 20 vetted farmers in Kajiado, giving them access to working loans for their 3-month cycle crops. We want to understand the lending process, the challenges within these processes, and ways to mitigate them before we start onboarding investors on the 4th quarter. Technically speaking, we want to perfect a process that can be replicated and automated.
So, how are we going to make money? We're going to charge an 8% interest rate to our farmers, and to our investors, we're going to offer a return on investment of up to 15% per annum, which is at par with the money market returns in Kenya at the moment. So how far have we got in the last 2 weeks?
In the last 2 weeks, we have onboarded 26 investors who have paid to get early access to our system, and 103 farmers who have signed up for loans at the stated interest rates. We also have partners who will help with the farmer onboarding, insurance provision, and market linkages, and also satellite monitoring.
And who are we competing with?
Oh, there are several players in the market, but those going above and beyond financing majorly cater to the subsistence farmers. We also have others catering to the large commercial farmers. This leaves the small commercial farmers at the mercy of middlemen. who not only offer interest rates at, not only offer their loans at very high interest rates, but offer no support beyond financing.
Now, to enter this market, we're going to focus on aggregators and large consumers of farm outputs, manufacturers, processors. We're going to finance their farmers, and we already have one on board. We are going to interact with farmers where they hang out. This is Facebook forums and WhatsApp groups. We are also going to rely on referral programs where extension officers and farmers will be incentivized to refer people to us.
So you may be wondering, which is this team that is going to deliver this much needed solution?
I am Kelvin Doll, background in finance and 7 years in operations and supply chain management.
And I'm Melanie Namkuru. I'm a seasoned farmer and a machine learning developer with over 3 years experience in business process automation. This comes in very handy in mitigating the risks.
We have also onboarded Paul Ouma, an agronomist with a bachelor's degree in agricultural extension services and education.
So Kelvin, how do our projections look like?
So for the first 1 year, we intend to serve at least 150 loans, ending up with 50 farmers in Q4 with a 41% gross profit, and help farmers increase their profits or income by at least 10%.
So today we're asking for $10,200. How are we going to use it?
50% shall be used as lending capital to fund the pilot group of farmers we onboard. 30% shall go to operations, mainly logistic costs and monitoring costs for the farmers. And after month 6, after we have a process that we think can work, we'll then start product development to automate said process.
So guys, now that we know we can do something about it, let's not rejection from accessing finance be the limiting factor to farmers like Sarah's for them to give us, they feed us. They need to put food on our tables, right? Yes. So join us as we not only grow food, but grow money and grow farmers. Because we
are GrowFender.
Thank you.
Good presentation. What are your key drivers to drive the repayments, and especially for smallholder farmers? And for the first 3 months, you said you are testing out with 20 farmers, right, in Kajiado, right? That means that you will not have raised peer-to-peer lending. You'll test out with your own money, right? What bit of that, I'm trying to see what learnings you might miss out, because then there will be no peer-to-peer lending in that testing phase.
Okay, so our drivers to ensure what I would call limited defaults would be the monitoring and the support we offer to farmers, followed by the market linkage. This is, well, based on the research on why farmers default. So first reason is normal lenders don't use farm-specific data when they onboard farmers for loans, right? They rely on mostly financial data. So they don't look at how this farm can perform and how these farmers performed in the past. We're going to use that. Number 2, we're going to offer support during the growth phase. So agronomic support and remote monitoring to alert farmers on any issues on their farm with regards to soil health or crop health. After the farming is done, we're then going to link them. We have a partner who will offer market linkage for their services, for their goods. And that ensures that they get good prices by cutting out the middleman. We found out that from farm to table, you have at least 2 to 3 middlemen guaranteed. So we cut that out and more profit goes to the farmer. So that reduces default risk. And in terms of the pilot, we shall deal with farmers specifically for the first 6 months. And as she said, we'll start onboarding a small limited group of investors during the 3rd lending cycle. That's between month 6 and month 9, just to see how the matchmaking goes.
I think to add on to what my partner has said, essentially, we want to understand what you're saying, the unforeseeable challenges that we're going to, what makes the farmers not pay other than what we already know. So we want to first learn that risk before putting any investor's money at risk. Then once we learn the entire process, that's when we will automate. You get? Yes.
So my question, my follow-up. who else have been in the market and it didn't work, and why did it not work? And I go back to the repayment. You have mentioned that you're going to use the data of who it has worked, especially for farmers, and who has the profile of repayment. So does it mean then you will not lend to farmers who have not accessed loan before? Will you have first-time farmers who have not gotten loan before and they're applying? So does it mean that they will be left out? If not, how do you make sure? The reason I'm saying this, when you listen to the pitch when they're talking about this, it's very sexy. Sorry to use that word. Until you go to the market and it's very fragmented. Some farmers don't belong to any groups, or I just want to understand how you're going to make sure that the fragmented market with so much mismatch and different needs and prioritize different priorities of the farmers, that they will prioritize your repayment, not because they have access to funding, but they will say they need to keep on repaying your loan. And also just to hear, do you know who else have been in the market and they have not succeeded, and why?
So I think I'll take the question on the farm, the credits, the data, with the farmers. So with the farm-specific data, it not only takes into account the farmers' financial data, it also takes into account the farm data. This is the type of soil, the slope, and what crop they're going to grow. And with our monitoring, with satellite monitoring, we also have soil testing. We'll help this farmer identify what nutrients their soils particularly need, and how much fertilizer and such things that they will need during their growing cycle. And that's when we come in with the agronomy support. So we are not only helping you from the start, we are helping you ensure you get maximum produce by the end of the day. And after all that, we have partnerships with market linkages that they sell at not only higher prices than they would be going to the market directly themselves, but it's assured. This keeps the farmer coming back. Also, during the research, the farmers who have already applied, we've gotten validation in that they say, yeah, your interest rates might be a bit, but the reason why I would continue working with you, it's because of the support that you give beyond that.
So I love this business, but it's very, I'm looking at my notes, like operational complexity. It's like very difficult to manage all the moving parts. And the question, you mentioned basically the returns that you are almost guaranteeing are similar to what people can get in the money markets. If I had the money and I wanted to invest, why should I invest with you when I can get almost like very close to risk-free returns from the money markets versus investing the money into the farmers? And two, how will you manage fraud in terms, I imagine, with money, there's some aspect of fraud. And lastly, paint me a picture of, I keep asking about scale because investors are greedy. I want you to basically show me an image in the future where you make me so much money that I feel FOMO, I need to give you money so that I can make money. So how does scale look like, and what does it take for you to get there?
Okay, let me first start by answering your first question. It is extremely, as you mentioned, extremely complex, which is why we will not be doing everything ourselves, right? We have partnered with Pooler for insurance. We've partnered with Farm IT for market linkage, and also satellite monitoring and digital extension services. They are providing that. So we will not be carrying out all the activities ourselves. I think one of our biggest activities will be building relationships with people who we then put together to make sure this works. So it is complex, I definitely agree, but we're not doing it, at least for the beginning, we're not doing everything ourselves. Secondly, where would you invest? As an investor, you have money in stocks, shares. Where would you leave your money, which is almost guaranteed to come to us? Number one, you'll get at least 1 to 2%, right, interest points on top of the market rate. Like today, I think the market is around 13.8%. So if you get 15, will that convince you to join us? And on top of that, you're not just investing in shares in the States, in Europe, nah. You're investing in somebody you can see, touch, feel, and somebody who actually puts food on your table. So the impact is actually something you feel directly, right? And lastly, scale. So as she mentioned, our pilot is specifically to develop a process that works. That's why we know we are going to learn, right? By month 6, we have a process that works. We then develop a platform to automate that process, right? And after you automate the process, scaling becomes extremely easy. Come again? I go ahead? Okay. I can't hear you, sorry. Oh, so after the process is automated, scaling becomes a matter of you being able to get as many farmers to apply on your platform because you have already put in place systems that can cater for the increase in numbers, which is why we're starting with 20 farmers in the first season, increasing to 30 in the second, going to 50, then 70. So we literally are using that to learn, map out a process that works, find out what does not work, find out the challenges, preempt or mitigate those, and then automate that.
Alrighty, we have time for one more question. Thank you, Ruth.
So maybe I missed it. Can you tell me what type of investors you're targeting? Like, if I'm an investor and I want to invest in one of the farms, like how much can I put? How much can I lend? So sorry, that's one. And for your credit scoring, like why aren't banks one of your clients? Because your credit scoring, you have crop yield insurance, satellite monitoring, market linkage. A bank would love to have those data because you're literally telling them which farmer is more able to repay or not. So why didn't you look at maybe banks as clients?
To answer the first question, we are looking at micro investors and institutional investors. However, we are still looking at the regulations around that because for the license we're looking for, which is a crowdfunding license, we found out that the limitation per investment is $1,000. Again, we need to confirm this as we're still looking into this. So ideally, we're looking at both micro investors like you and me and institutional investors because for institutional investors, 2023, impact investors, the demand for impact investment far superseded the supply, right? Because the opportunities were not big enough. So GrowFender will allow large institutional investors to invest by aggregating opportunities and giving them a large investment ticket, for example. So we're looking at both, but we need to find out what the regulations say about going for institutional investors. For the second question, we actually have been discussing this a lot with regards to targeting lenders to use our credit scoring system or our entire platform. And what we said was, let's figure out how it works first, and then see how we can approach them maybe at the mid or end of year 2, after everything actually works and we can guarantee a return. But yes, we have actually thought about that.
So essentially, it is still in our books. Once we perfect this, we are going for it all. We are going for it all.
And agri-data. The demand for agri-data is crazy as well.
Have you looked at diaspora investors?
Yes.
And are they interested? Did you talk to them or see if something that interesting?
No, we have not talked to them, but we are looking to, when we start onboarding investors, before we start onboarding investors, we'll put up adverts in where the Kenyan diaspora specifically are, so that's UAE, UK, US, Australia, and gauge the interest. But I believe they will be interested because they're looking for ways to invest back home.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty, thanks so much, team. Give me a hand. Next up on stage is Instra.
Sorry, excuse us. Can we have like a 5-minute recess, if it's possible? Thank you.
We'll have a break early, 5 minutes. 297 seconds left. 297. Alrighty, 2 minutes, 2-minute warning, starting in 2 minutes. Alrighty, 1 minute, 1 minute warning. Alrighty, let's go team, grab a seat please. Let's go, let's go. Alrighty. Judges are back. Instra is back. I hope. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit behind time, so I'm going to be a bit of a time mercenary. Next up on stage is Instra.
This turned off? Good. Every year, Rwanda is losing $112 million. Imagine, it come by 2,000 trucks. If you line them up end to end, this convoy can stretch from Kigali to Nyamata. That's 18 kilometers. And we're paying for that. You're paying for that. Every time you move goods, every time your business move goods from a place to place, your business pays 35% more. Money that you could have used to pay for salaries, money you could have used to pay that debt that's keeping you up at night, to grow your profit margins, to expand your business. And it's robbing us blind.
And the reason why you are paying for this amount of money, whenever businesses want to move anything, they have to face inflated prices from the truckers. This price accounts for the truckers' downtime and long back trips with empty trucks. And this is not the only problem they are facing, but they also have to go through endless back and forth negotiations with those truckers, which takes time and mental exhaustions. This is not a problem for one or two businesses. It's a problem for 189,000 businesses in Rwanda. It's a problem for 12.9 million African businesses that rely on road transport. As we said, we are losing $112 million just for that fuel burnt on back trips with empty trucks. Just for nothing, only for global warming.
Introducing Instra, an asset-light logistic company that takes orders from businesses and broadcasts them to truckers, who then bid against each other to come up with lower prices. We ensure that goods reach their destinations safely and on time, while enabling truckers to get jobs on their return trips.
So, what's in it for the businesses? Since they can see the truckers bidding for shipment jobs in real time, that guarantees the businesses that they're getting the price the market can offer, the best price. And as for the truckers, we're providing them with democratized information about all the shippings that are happening, providing them with location-based suggestions so that they don't come back with an empty truck. By choosing to bid or not, the truckers gain control over their own income, reduce their downtime, and ultimately increase their income significantly. We have a few competitors, but none of them are providing market-driven bidding. They're not working on driving the cost down for the businesses.
Instra makes money by charging a service fee tiered based on the cost of each shipment, with a profit margin of 38%. And we have identified three main costs: customer acquisition cost being the main one, technology development, and operations. And we'll be using digital channels to deliver value to our customers. And so far, we have onboarded 129 businesses, 133 truckers with total carriage capacity of 2,800 tons. And we've moved 12 tons of goods, earning us 90,000 Rwandan francs in revenue. And we have 257 tons waiting in line to be moved. Based on our model and traction so far, we expect a healthy financial path. By the end of month 5, we expect 438 shipments per month, enough to hit our break-even point. And after that, we have a business that is sustainable.
As soon as we go to the market, our first priority will be to expand our customer base to reach the critical mass. The second most important thing to do is to automate the process so the users will be able to see the real-time flow of information and the bidding process taking place. At the same time, this will pave a way for us to do cross-border transportation. The team to do all this, we have Yafit, our CEO, our engineer with experience entrepreneurship skills, and have been learning startup for 6 years. We have Dr. Morigeta, our COO, a coordinator and team leader with a proven experience. And then you have me, a software developer and a farmer who have been facing this transportation problem for a decade.
We are standing here in front of you asking for $10,200 of investment so that we can deliver this value to our customers. We're not just optimizing logistics. We're putting money back into the pockets of businesses and truckers. Thank you very much.
You guys have very nice shirts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Similar questions, because I'm sure you guys know this is a space that has so much competition. And so far, nobody has proven that they can actually solve this problem effectively yet. I was talking to my colleague here that you have Kobo as one of the competitors. Given what they have been going through, I imagine it's a good case study to see what's going to, how you guys are going to handle different things. So a couple of comments for you guys to think about. Usually companies like yours at scale, they struggle with the cash mismatch. Usually you pay the drivers right then and then you get paid later. So like I don't know how it works for you guys, but like that's one of the things that many of the logistics companies have struggled with. What makes you different?
Regarding the payment, the businesses purely interact with us. Since we are responsible for the delivery happening, we're not just linking the two together. We're a logistics company that pushes the item and we make sure that it reaches on time. So the businesses pay us and then we pay the truckers and we'll get a service fee from that.
The businesses pay you upfront?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what makes you different basically than anybody else?
No one is working on driving the price down for the businesses, essentially including the bidding aspect, the market-driven pricing aspect of it.
So I actually know the sector very well. My question is, how do you screen the logistic companies? Like, how do you screen the logistic companies? Like, can any, let's say I don't even have a license and I could just go there and bid? Or do you pre-select them and then these companies that are pre-selected are the only ones that could bid? So that's my first question. My second question is, when it comes to logistic and loads and products, it's not necessarily only the price. You have to think about onloading, offloading. You have 2PL, 3PL, third party, which means you can maybe have GPS, you can locate it, you know where they are. There's a lot of services with the logistics. So how do clients choose just based on price? How do they know they get the best service at the same time?
For the first question, not.
So sorry. There's also the insurance, the responsibility of if anything happens to the merchandise and etc. Because it's a lot of money. So that was my last question.
Okay. So the first question, we will be vetting the trackers that will be onboarded on our platform, who are able to bid on our platform. And actually, we're focusing on independent trackers, not logistics companies, but independent trackers who have long downtimes and who return with empty trips. So we will be checking their their licenses, the standing of the truck, and also their history. And after they onboard our platform, they will be graded, or their rating will be displayed so that customers can see how reliable a tracker is, apart from the price. So that is that. And
the second question? The second question you asked about who takes responsibility of goods. There are a lot of complicated parts moving, and you also mentioned about insurance. So the insurance, it's an optional thing that we provide for the businesses. They can choose to get goods in transit insurance or not, but we provide that as an optional service. And regarding the offloading, the onloading, it's going to be the truckers. Some truckers have their own offloaders and onloaders. Some businesses have their own offloaders and onloaders. And we're just going to filter that initially so that if the businesses have their own onloaders and offloaders, then the truckers that we're going to suggest them are not going to have that option, because inherently it's the price bigger for the businesses. And we take responsibility for the goods that are being transported.
So you do understand that now the price just went up because you just added the insurance, you just added the different services. So let's say you win a bid. Would you just send the profile of just one company, because now I have to see if it's 5 graded or just 3 grade, if it's a good company or not, from your answer. So how do you provide as a client, how do you provide me all the information that I need to decide?
From the business side.
I'm your client.
Yes. you see the top 3 bidders usually. Since you see the bidding in real time, you see the top 3 bidders and you're able to choose between the 3. Initially, when you're posting your shipment, you specify your requirements. So that filtering will already be done there. If you don't need the insurance, if your business don't need the onloaders or offloaders, if it's a very substitute product that any truck can trip, then the only truckers that can bid, the system that announces it to the truckers, it's gonna filter and announce it to a select few. When the truckers are onboarded, we have their all data, their capacity, their truck condition, is it refrigerated or not, is it closed or not, a lot of things. Do they have their own offloaders?
Last question? No? Good. Thanks so much, guys. Give me a hand.
Thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, next up on stage is Purely. The red one.
Hello, good people. I'm Kenny Diongoro.
And I'm Binti Molau.
We are ChimpPi.
Today, let me talk to you about something that's really dear to my heart. How many of you here have or are looking to have kids? Would you be okay for your child to have a 45% chance of dying because of poor nutrition? No, but this is what is happening right now. Ladies and gentlemen, based on a report by the Kenya Ministry of Health, 45% of deaths of children below the age of 5 in Kenya are due to poor nutrition in 2025, not 1965. And this is totally unacceptable. From speaking to more than 560 parents across Kenya, we found that it's not that parents don't want to give their kids proper nutrition. They simply can't. And they can't for various reasons, ranging from not being able to afford or access nutritious food, or having insufficient knowledge about how to prepare nutritionally complete meals.
We conducted research into the Kenya children food industry and established a total addressable market of $2.4 billion with a serviceable addressable market of $1.1 billion representing the non-consumption segment of the market, which we intend to capture $110 million. To solve for this market, we have established the Nourisha brand with 3 product categories: composite flours, instant cereals, and healthy snacks. These products are highly nutritious and have been prepared in accordance with the WHO standards, meeting up to 60% of your child's nutritional requirements.
And you may be thinking to yourself, oh God, another baby food company. That's right. In Kenya, we have local competitors like Winnie's Pure Health and imports like Cerelac, and they've been around for a while. But the pain points still exist. Either their products are too expensive, highly processed, inaccessible, or targeting middle to high income earners. So what could we potentially do differently? We are targeting underserved communities from low to middle income households. We locally source culturally familiar ingredients, and using our unique formulation, we'll make products that are affordable, naturally fortified, and nutritionally complete. And we'll ensure accessibility by working closely with community health workers. What have we been able to achieve? In the past 6 weeks, we've done 12 iterations of our composite flour, 7 for instant cereal, and 6 for snacks, some of which you're looking at. And no, we don't play in the kitchen all day. So far, we've managed to produce 168 kilos of composite flour, selling 312 packets to 219 customers with 49 repeat sales, earning us $296 in 3 weeks. And this we've managed to achieve while not being in Kenya. Imagine what we can do when we are on the ground.
We will use 2 main channels of distribution, business to consumer and the business to business model. And our business to consumer model will use community healthcare workers and local shops to get our products to the underserved communities. We have adopted the penetration pricing strategy aimed at ensuring high adoption rates of our products. Our current cost per unit is 66 shillings and we sell at 110. When we get to market, our target gross profit margin is 45%, which we're confident to achieve on the back of economies of scale. Our key activities in the market will be production, marketing and distribution, with our key priorities being sourcing and obtaining relevant certifications. We'll also conduct campaigns and education on children nutrition. Our anticipated challenges will be local supply disruptions and regulatory delays, which we intend to mitigate by leveraging our networks and establishing supplier contracts.
Our ask is $10,200, 45% towards machinery and equipment purchase, 29% for operational expenses, and 26% for marketing.
Are we making a return on investment? Most definitely. We have projected an average growth rate of 18%, with our total revenues being 29 million over the 18-month period. Our net profit will grow from 5% in Q1, peaking at 24% in Q6. We will work with up to 500 farmers to deliver this, delivering our products to up to 10,000 children and creating up to 75 direct and indirect jobs over the period. I am Kennedy Ongoro, the company CEO, with more than 6 years experience in finance and agribusiness management. I also have competencies in supply chain management and feed formulation.
And I am Binti Molao, the CFO, with 7+ years in food manufacturing and finance, and expertise in quality control and production efficiency. No child should die because of poor nutrition. No mother, no parent should bear the pain of losing their child. Join us in changing this narrative. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, thanks so much, team. Judges.
Thank you so much for very great presentation. Would want to hear where, as you start out, where are you going to spend most of your energy, time, and resources? Is it the production and refinement of your product? Is it a product route market, getting the product out to the market? Or is it team building? So where are you spending most of your time?
So we're spending, for starters, we spend most of our time in refining our product. So quality control will be very critical for us, especially because we're dealing with children below the age of 5. So we will focus on making sure that our product meets the standards, the World Health Organization standards, as well as the Kenya Feeding nutritional standards. And then we are also going to focus on how we will get these products to our target market, which is the underserved community. Because currently we do have these products in the market, various categories of the products that we have, but then they are not necessarily targeting the communities that need it most.
All right. Bearing in mind you're going to spend a lot of time in product refinement, do you intend to do the whole production yourself, or do you intend to outsource it at some point? Case in point, when you look at most of the products, even for example, the toothpaste, the biggest selling brands and even the upcoming, they don't produce themselves. They have outsourced. They only get the product and brand it. The biggest producer of flour, even nutritious flour, currently even in Kenyan markets, some of the brands that you have mentioned, they don't do production. They have outsourced completely. Why? Economies of scale. So I just want to know, in your thinking, how do you want to go about that? I give you another example. Health U, all the products that they do not produce themselves. They have outsourced. So in your thinking right now, as you start out, what is your thinking in terms of production? And I'm saying that because I don't know whether you know, Sweet and Dried is one of emerging producer of healthy product. But they do the production and they do the mixing, but they have chosen to do the production and supply most of the biggest brands. So just wanted to know, as you do this, have you thought in terms of production and economies of scale and how that will look like? My last question, as you share that thoughts, when you say you're going to target low market communities, is it because of pricing? And how does the pricing look like? Because we are talking $3 a day for these markets. And how are you going to achieve that based on the cost of production?
Okay, I'll start by handling the first question, and I'd started by giving a bit of statistics. There's a statistic that came out sometime last month where we found that 45%, actually, I think between 41 and 45% of the products in the market were found to be contaminated. And you know, for children between the ages of 0 and 5, this can be very catastrophic for them. And the other thing that I'd also want to say is there's something called product tracing, which is very, very important to us. I think we saw in the papers the other time that if you go to Nyandarua County, they have 2 farms. In one farm, they grow potatoes they can eat. In the other farm, they don't touch it. It's for commercial purposes. And in that one, you find they use a lot of pesticides that are harmful to the populace. So what we're going to be doing is, we have products that we can outsource for, but they're products that we have to produce ourselves within the factory. And that is geared to the end that we want to ensure that our products are very, very safe for the children's consumption. As you have heard Binti mention, quality control is very, very important to us. So one thing that we want to pride in is that if we give our product to the child, then it's a very safe product. But again, we welcome your idea on trying to see areas in which we can exploit economies of scale by sourcing from other partners.
Just because you are sourcing, it doesn't mean you don't do product control. That's very different. It doesn't mean you don't do the sourcing. Those are 2 different things. So just understand the production and where you want to spend your resources and energy and what you can source for you to achieve efficiency. Because product control, you don't have to outsource it. Sourcing, you don't have to. But production, it's capital intensive. Why do it yourself?
We welcome that thought, and I think it's something that we are looking to explore. Regarding the other question on the production cost and why we are targeting the underserved community, the whole idea is that when we were doing our research, we did a bit of mapping to be able to understand the non-consumption segment of the market. And we realized that even though the people who are able to pay can get the products in the supermarkets and all, but the underserved communities is not able to get it. The other thing is that we understand that the average income of someone in the underserved segment is around $3, like you say, and our product will still be affordable for them in that particular bracket. Thank you.
Yeah? Sorry?
Alternative.
Yes, there is, like we have the...
What's the price on the alternative versus yours?
Okay. So we have, for the composite flour, we have Winnie's Pure Health. They are priced at approximately 157 Kenya shillings. We are going to be about 17% more affordable than they are. And they mostly stock in supermarkets. So they're targeting middle to high income earners. And their products are either, say, it will be one grain, for example, millet, or mixed with maize, and they don't necessarily target children. So it's children and adults as well. So ours, we are targeting children, making sure that the products are nutritionally complete, and that the people who earn $2-3 a day can afford. Because one pack of 500 grams can take them up to a week. So if you look at $2-3 a day, they're spending only maybe 10-12 cents per day if they were to split the cost up. So, yeah. Yeah. Correct. What mothers are currently doing, as we highlighted the knowledge gaps, is they'll go to the market and just buy, say, cassava and mix it with millets. Yeah, and yes, the baby will grow, but we still have the 45% death of children because of poor nutrition. Because if you mix the two, you are getting maybe energy and say fiber, but the child needs iron and calcium and vitamin A. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
At the rate or take out the mirrors downtown, the mirrors, because they already do that. The only thing is the composition and the mixture. Is it correct? Because most people go downtown and they get the mixture.
Yes.
That is a big competition because that's the, what's the word? When come to logistics, it's a comparison. I draw parallels. When it comes to solutions in logistics, the herring riders, people take out the riders, the borders and whatever when they're doing the competition. And that is your biggest competition. It's the same. Don't take out the mirrors downtown and everywhere else because people go there because I can get 10 shilling, 1 shilling here and all that, and I get my mixture. But is it the right mixture? Is it in the right measurements of everything in terms of the nutrition value? So have that in mind.
Thank you so much. And mental modes, we know, is something we will be working on in terms of educating them. That is a huge competition, and they're used to doing that. But then we'll need to educate them about the importance of balancing the nutrition.
So my question is, how are you going to distribute your products, and who are your maybe partners, or how are you going to distribute these in general?
Okay, in regards to distribution, the very first point of contact is going to be community healthcare workers. In Kenya, you'd find that there are healthcare workers that are normally attached to communities. And they're normally very intimate with these communities in terms of knowing who has children, how many children they have, what products do they use. And there's a lot of trust between them and the community. Now they're going to be our first point of contact. We've also realized that especially in far-flung communities, they normally buy from what we call dukas in our country. And you'd find that for the other products, they don't get them to the dukas. Like if you go to Turkana, where they have the biggest cases in this case, you'd not find a supermarket. So in that case, they're not able to get them. So when we use dukas and CHWs as our first point of contact, it will be a good fit for our product.
Maybe just, it's not a question, but maybe an advice. It's also look at NGOs because they're actually one of the first buyers of nutritional for kids. So those might be your hugest partners for distribution. So just FYI.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Alrighty, thanks so much, team. Let's give them a hand. Alrighty, I'm putting a time cap on questions from judges. Or charging you per second billing. Alrighty, next up on stage we have Crate.
How many of us here have skipped our grocery runs because we were too busy, too tired, or didn't want to face the chaos of the market? By show of hands. Thank you. Aki, a university student, would say often, because she has to juggle classes, assignments, and deadlines. Guy, a bachelor and a software developer, hasn't seen the inside of the market in weeks because he has to work 12 hours. Marie, a mother of 2, runs from her work to the market to her home in order like clockwork, only to find the market is either overpriced, half the items are missing, or worse, closed. Different routines, different responsibilities, but the same pain. Grocery shopping is often a fragmented experience for most people. It's time-consuming, pricey, and unreliable. And this isn't just anecdotal. Did you know that over 60% of the Rwandan population faces rising food costs and unreliable supply of groceries? This creates a market size of $960 million right here in Kigali, a market that's largely untapped.
Introducing the Crate app, your personal online grocery. With the Crate app, you're able to access both perishable and non-perishable items delivered to your doorstep from the comfort of your home. With Crate, we have options. Not only can you access one of our pre-curated bundles that come in different sizes and will last you anywhere between 2 to 4 weeks, but you can also opt for our group buying experience, where you can join a new group for 3 people or more in the same vicinity and unlocking discounts. Also, we have our custom curated bundle where you are free to curate your own bundle just the way you want it. Plus, we have a group, bulk buying experience for schools and institutions that need groceries in bulk sizes. So you might be asking yourself, why Crate? With Crate, you not only get groceries, perishables and non-perishables, but we also service businesses and customers with, and also groups. Plus, you can now opt into our monthly or weekly delivery system where you never have to think about groceries again. In the past 4 weeks alone, we've been able to generate 2 million Rwandan francs and 50% coming from B2B and another 50 from B2C. We have also developed and launched our web app, and we've secured a warehouse and signed 5 MOUs with distributors and suppliers and farmers associations.
As our projections show, in the next 9 months, we'll be able to service 10 institutions and more than 5,000 B2C clients, generating over 210 million Rwandan francs. Our business model is simple. We sell curated grocery bundles, support group buying, and supply institutions, all while maintaining a gross profit margin of 10, 12, and 18%. With the traction that we have, we've been asked if we provide grocery credit. At the moment, we don't. But in the future, you never know. The costs we incur at the moment are of tech support, and logistics and community-based marketing. The channels that we have are of mobile and web app, WhatsApp groups, hotlines, and direct sales. How we've been going about it so far is first targeting high-density areas such as universities, apartments, and shared compounds in order to facilitate make group buying faster, cheaper, and easier to facilitate. We've reached these areas using WhatsApp groups and word of mouth. For our B2C clients, we're targeting schools and institutions that require high grocery demands in large quantities with flexible delivery schedules. As we scale, our model will also include reward incentives in order to make scaling efficient for both institutions and households. If you're asking who is spearheading this awesome project, it is I, Bamlak Mulgeta, and Robert Katabaro, with the combined experience of almost a decade in marketing, sales, logistics, and operations, and of course, our sales and technical team.
We are asking for $10,200 US, 55% of which will go into sourcing, 15% into product development, 10% into marketing, and 20% into operations.
So ladies and gentlemen, why go to the market when Crate can bring the market to you before finishing an episode of your favorite show? Scan the QR code and join the family now. Big savings in every Crate. Thank you.
Alrighty, judges.
All right, maybe the tough questions. So you made about 2 million Rwanda francs, right? So how long did it take you to make that much?
4 weeks.
4 weeks, so a month. Okay. Okay.
Given the traction that you guys have, I imagine your strength is in customer acquisition. because like I like who you're targeting. You're targeting the concentrated areas. You're targeting universities, apartments, etc. So you guys are doing an amazing job, because I was going to ask about basically what makes you different, because I've seen, I'm sure you know the guys from Food Bundles, Afri-Farmers Market, a bunch of, I'm sure what does some of this. Obviously, you guys are a little bit different, but basically it's the same service that you're providing. And I don't know if I want to ask that question, but like, how do you differentiate yourselves from all the guys that I've mentioned? Another thing is also we haven't really seen yet someone who actually, particularly maybe the logistics behind, who does this very well at a very big scale. So I don't know, but I'm rooting for you guys. This is an amazing traction. At least the 2 million in 4 weeks. That's amazing. Congrats.
Good job.
Maybe I can answer his question about how we're different. So we offer, we're different on the service part of the thing. So our service, for example, if Mercy wants her Sukuma wiki, not tall and not short, we can do that for them. So it's a custom. We gain data from you and learn what you want. Also, we do groups where 3 or more people in the same vicinity can order. Plus, we do perishables and non-perishables, and B2B, B2C. Yeah.
Right. As Olivier mentioned, maybe more of thinking of future and looking what others have done and not succeeded, so that you can succeed. Look at Greenspoon. Greenspoon is one of the other big e-commerce doing vegetables, deliveries, and all that. Our learnings with one of portfolio companies is very early on, when you do the deliveries yourself and it's a small market, you will do it so well, because this kind of business has a lot of logistic element and human intervention along the value chain, sourcing, delivering, and you have to embed all those into some technology or so. But when you scale, what is your thinking in terms of scaling? You have multiple deliveries from multiple regions, from different towns. How do you consolidate that? What are you thinking, especially in sourcing in bulk, different products and where, and the seasonalities of different products that might be there, and the pricing that keep on shifting based on the seasonality of the products? Just thinking. It doesn't have you have figured it out. Maybe you're figuring, but you're thinking, because right now you're doing okay because you're small. But if you're looking for investment in the next 6 to 1 year, scale, you have to factor in scale now as you grow. So you're thinking. It doesn't have to be polished, but just to hear what your thinking look like.
Just to say something on that. Yeah, since we are dealing with perishables, it's highly likely one of the risks that we have is seasonality. So as a sort of plan B, what we tried to do was partner with Farmers Association, who has under 7,000 farmers from different areas. So if the perishables in one area are not up to par, we can opt in to other regions. So that's how we are trying to go about it right now.
So sorry, I got stuck on the numbers. So can you tell me what's your margin? The gross margin?
Yeah, so for the curated bundles, it's 12. With the group buying...
12%?
12%.
Okay.
So with the group buying, since they get a discount, that's 10%. And with the institutions, we have an 18%.
So why do you need the money? Because if in about 6 months, you can reinvest on what you actually earn. So why do you need 10,000 when you can already you can reinvest on your own company?
So right now, since our profit is only 10%, we are not in the position really to do that. But with one school, we've been able to, with one school and 31 bundles sold, we've been able to generate that amount. So with the money, we can gain more exposure and source better and more in large quantities, hopefully gaining probably like 10 schools, which will help us scale.
Okay, last question, if I have time. In your opinion, what's interesting for your clients? Is it the convenience or is it that the price? What are they looking for exactly when they come to your platform?
So from the feedbacks we have, especially from the schools we've been targeting, like CMU and bachelors, it's both the convenience and the price, especially for students, since CMU has an international students. They are looking to save money. They're looking to save money and get those things delivered to them. So yes, both convenience and price-wise.
Hello. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we are quite a bit behind time, so if you don't mind, we will try to squeeze in another one. The judges are looking at me a bit funny. We'll try to squeeze in one or two more before we kind of take a next break to try to make up some time. So without further ado, sorry, there wasn't a democratic choice there. That was just me telling you what's happening. Without further ado, welcome on stage, Lumen.
Okay, so have you ever gone to a restaurant and your favorite meal wasn't there? Any of you? And it's that tiny heartbreak that you are actually craving this meal, probably thinking about every bite, and then boom, sorry, not available. So Nairobi has over 10,000 small to medium-sized restaurants, and many of them experience stockouts, unreliable suppliers, and unpredictable prices. And this doesn't just affect their profits and margin, it also affects your favorite meal.
So a $63 billion opportunity exists in the procurement space for small and medium-sized restaurants in Nairobi alone. And in Kenya, that number rises to $350 million.
So as we're looking at this problem, we decided to come up with a solution. And that's why we decided to build Lumen, which is going to be a one-stop shop for restaurants. So we are going to link suppliers of both perishable and unperishable products to small and medium-sized restaurants. So how is this going to work? We are going to have an e-commerce site, and every restaurant is going to have its own dashboard. Then they can come to the marketplace, order everything they need, from onions, potatoes, to even salt. And then within 24 hours, they are sure that it's going to be delivered to them. And for our customers that are not tech savvy, we are going to have a WhatsApp option for them.
So how are we going to provide value for our customers? One, we are helping them save time by making procurement 7 times faster. 2, we are helping them reduce procurement budget by 10%. And 3, we are going to ensure they get their suppliers 3 times than what is currently in the market. Speaking of what is currently in the market, we have our competitors. We have market vendors who are too fragmented to address this problem. And also have online vendors and supermarkets who mainly serve the B2C customers.
Our unique selling point is that, one, we are very niche specific, dealing with restaurant supplies only. And then secondly, we believe that data is actually Lumen's second product. 5 years from now, we may probably have a pool of 10,000 restaurants. And can you imagine what we can do with this data? We can even use AI to predict restaurant needs and work hand in hand with FMCG brands. And also, we can even assess their creditworthiness and work with financial partners. This allows the restaurant owners to work on the front end while we do the heavy lifting for them on the back end. So far, we've had 10 suppliers on board, 7 of them being farmers and 3 of them being for non-perishable products. We've sold to 5 customers and we've had 1 repeat customer. And we've generated a revenue of 39,000 Kenya shillings. And all this, we've been able to do it while still being here in Rwanda.
So how are we going to spend money and how are we going to create money? Our biggest expenses are marketing and sales, customer acquisitions, logistics, and procurement. We are going to communicate with our customers during direct and in person, WhatsApp bot, and e-commerce sites. We are going to make money through margins. At the moment, we have a 10% margin, which will increase to 20% in 3 months. And because we have a digital tool, our e-commerce, we are going to get digital revenues in time.
And to fully achieve what my co-founder just said, there are 3 main things that we really need to be good at. That is sourcing, consolidation, and distribution. We've also anticipated certain challenges, including regulatory compliance issues, where we plan to abide with Kenya's law. When it comes to data protection issues, as we are dealing with sensitive information for the restaurants, we have a security officer on board who's going to ensure all security protocols are in place. And then when it comes to changing the mindset of the restaurant owners from a manual market access to a digital market access, we'll have an agent on board who's going to actually help them set up the e-commerce site.
So you may ask, why are we the best team to address this problem? 1, I'm a restaurant owner, so I have first-hand experience about this problem, and I know how to solve it. 2, I have experience in agribusiness management. Mercy is a business development expert, and she has 3 years experience in sales and marketing.
So we are currently pitching for 10,200 that we are going to break in 3 phases. And this amount is going to help us achieve our milestones. So 6 months from now, we'd like to have 50 repeat customers and generating a revenue of 500,000 Kenya shillings. And then 1 year from now, we'd like to double that and generate a revenue of 1 million Kenya shillings per month, as well as to increase our product range. So now, in the end, as we help restaurants procure more faster, easier, and affordably, we are not just helping them with the operations, we are also ensuring that your favorite meal is on the table. Thank you.
All righty, thanks so much, team. Judges.
So a few years ago, I saw this business called, I think, Top Up Mama. It was in Kenya. You know them? Yeah, so you should study that case. And another thing is that they're competing with the existing, like in Rwanda, they go to Nyabugogo to source the produce. I wonder if your solution is cheaper or because it's more, what is it called? It's more, it's less time consuming. Yeah, it's more convenient, thank you. It's more convenient, maybe that 10% margin that you are paying on top explains the restaurants are willing to pay. Basically, how does it compare with your prices? How do they compare with the existing products?
So we have a competitive pricing model. Our prices are relatively cheaper than what's currently in the market because we are buying in bulk. Ideally, we are going to get as many customers as possible, helping us to reduce the price we are selling at which is ideally lower than the market price.
Why restaurants? And I know you have said you're a restaurant owner and you're a business developer, so you have a passion for that. As you answer why restaurants, have you considered the payment cycle? The hotels pay 45 to 90 days after. So that means they will hold your cash for 45 days, working days, not calendar days, working days. So up to 3 to 5 months of money being held. How are you going to manage that?
So as we start, we wanted to do more of cash on delivery because if they're going to use our e-commerce platform, that may mean they may have to pay. But then our goal is as we continue to work with some of these trusted restaurants, we can give them not 45 days, but maybe like 30 days when it comes to credit period. And then, but that will be for the trusted restaurants that we'll be working with.
When it comes to delivery to restaurants or corporate, it's their payment terms, their policy, it's not your policy. when it cash-to-cash businesses, for small restaurants, might be that. Big corporates and big restaurants is their payment terms. So have that in mind as you venture into this, because that's the biggest barrier why most of the entrepreneurs or suppliers stay away from, as they start out, stay away from biggest restaurants because of the payment cycle and credit period, and they hold back a lot of money. For you, you must have that the muscle for you to be able to supply. Even as you start out, just have that in mind.
Alrighty, we're going to have one more question. Over to you, Ruth.
So what are the maybe biggest barriers that you found with the suppliers?
Pardon?
What are the barriers you found with the suppliers?
The biggest barrier we found was seasonality, because we'll be providing fresh produce. That's our biggest inventory at the moment. And how we handled that is to work with greenhouses, which produce throughout the season.
So sustainability and variety?
Yes.
And how do you solve that?
Working with greenhouses, they don't depend on rain or natural factors. They produce fresh produce throughout the year. So it was easier to work with them because you can get your product throughout the year. So we are working hand in hand with farmers and also with greenhouses.
Now, how do you solve the sustainability through the restaurants? They always want sustainability, right?
Yes.
And there's a problem with the suppliers. So you in the middle, how are you going to guarantee to those restaurants that the supply is going to be there all the time?
So we can guarantee our suppliers we are going to get to sustain their supplies throughout the year by getting as many verified suppliers to our platform as possible. At the moment, we have 10 suppliers that we have onboarded, and 7 of them are seasoned farmers.
Alrighty, thank you much, team. Let's give them a hand. We're gonna sneak in one more before we take a quick coffee break. So we are gonna have up on stage Simply Organic.
Good morning. This is Team Simply Organic. I'm Aidan, and this is Dr. Gologota. As a mother of 2, I wanted my babies to have healthy and glowing skin. And I went to the market to search for products that can do that. And the options I was left with were either very expensive because they were being imported, or the local alternatives were very disappointing when it comes to getting the job done. And some of them even left rashes and irritations to my baby's skin because they were filled with some harmful chemicals. So as someone who has been in the beauty industry for over 10 years, I knew there had to be a better way. So I teamed up with a dear friend who happens to be a medical doctor and a public health professional, and together we asked the question, what if Ethiopian families had access to truly natural, affordable, and effective skincare products that are made with ingredients that are locally available? And that was the beginning of Simply Organics.
So what started off as a child-specific skincare product evolved to cater for the whole family, growing our market size to $164 million annually. At Simply Organic, we are creating gentle and effective skincare products that are made from Ethiopia's natural bounty of shea butter, moringa, and aloe vera, which are packed with vitamin A, E, and C. And they are known for their deeply nourishing and soothing properties with least allergy-causing tendencies. So what we're offering is a safe and effective product that is organic and dermatologically approved, affordable with local sourcing, and packed with eco-friendly values, and one product that serves the whole family.
What makes us different is our unique organic formulation that's made with ingredients that are available locally, which in return helps local farmers by opening up new market opportunities for them. And behind it all is a team that leads with both heart and science. In the past 2 weeks, we were able to sell 133 units of our MVP, mango-infused shea moisturizing cream, and we were able to make $891 in revenue. We are on the process of developing 2 new line of products, a moisturizer and a body wash that are made from moringa and aloe vera. And in order to secure the supply chain for this raw materials, we have signed 2 MOUs with local farmers that are found in the southern part of Ethiopia, specifically Arba Minch. And for the shea, we are working with an international initiative called TreeAid that supports farmers in western part of Ethiopia with their shea production.
So our 250-gram shea-based moisturizer costs us $3.5 to make, and we're selling it for $6.7. And ladies and gentlemen, that makes us 40% cheaper than our competition, while offering a fully organic product, which is free of chemicals, which makes us stand out even more. Our distribution channels will be community bazaars, pharmacies, and Facebook Marketplace, but our initial priority will be finalizing our unique organic formulation for our 2 additional line of products, and officially soft launch our products on August 15th in Addis. In our first year of launch, we plan to sell 55 units of products per day, raising $100,000 in revenue and creating 15 job opportunities, which is designed to empower women and support mothers.
We are anticipating regulatory hurdles along the way, and we are working closely with expertise in our advisory board to prepare for those requirements. In the team, we have the CEO, an architect, a mother of 2, and someone who has been running a business in the beauty industry for the past 10 years, and a CPO who's a medical doctor and a public health professional and has expertise in the clinical safety area.
We have also welcomed a pediatrician, a dermatologist, and a marketing strategist on our advisory board, and we are collaborating with Ethiopian Society of Dermatology and Venerology for a planned case study waiting licensing. We are asking for $10,200 for research and development, operational costs, and marketing and brand activation.
So ChimpPi Organic is more than just a skincare. It's healthier skin for the whole family, stronger livelihoods for local farmers, and a more sustainable Ethiopian beauty industry. So join us in building Ethiopia's most trusted, effective, and family-first skincare brand. Thank you.
Alrighty. Not all at once, judges. Ruth.
Yeah, so my question is, why shea? Why shea butter? Because you have an abundant resources in avocado, moringa, and shea butter, you can only find it in one area in Ethiopia, which is the east, right? If I'm not wrong. West or east?
West.
North area. So, and you know that we have a lot of tensions. So you will have a disruption of supply. So how do you solve that problem? Because there's a huge risk when you choose shea.
Okay, so we chose shea butter, considering the use of the raw materials that we're using. Shea butter, moringa, and aloe vera are, based on our desktop research, are known to have a high emollient value, which is very protective for the skin because they prevent epidermal water loss from the skin. So this is just for our initial MVP that we chose shea, but we have already planned diversifying our raw materials. We are already preparing the development of 2 more line of products, a moisturizer based on moringa oil and a body wash based on aloe vera. So we still plan to use the diverse bounty of Ethiopian natural resources, but our initial MVP is standing on shea butter for the current one.
I think I will just make a comment on like advice. I think the branding is going to be crucial. Distribution, obviously, it seems like you said it's almost like $7 per this. It's quite pricey, and so you're targeting the high-end market. How you brand the product, how you market the product, and how you distribute. Other than that, I think you guys are amazing and you do great.
Thank you.
Cool, alrighty, thanks so much, team. Alrighty, we are going to take a very quick 10-minute break. Please be back by, or I'll start shouting at you in about 9 minutes, 37 seconds. So please be back very quickly. We'll make it 20 past, and then we finish off. Thanks so much, team.
Eu falo porque tu gosta de escutar. Eu não quero te iludir.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 1 minute. We got 5 more rock stars to get through today. Let's go, let's go. Alrighty, let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go. Oh. Alrighty. Alrighty, 30 seconds, we're kicking off. Next team. Alrighty, just missing a judge. Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting very shortly. We just seem to have misplaced a judge somehow. We have 5 ventures left today, so hopefully we'll be on time for lunch. And remember, if you don't stay till the end, we don't feed you. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full house. Next up on stage is LuxPower.
By show of hands, how many of you here have owned a business? Only of you? Okay, how many of you are in the process of owning one? So pretty much everyone here knows how hard it is to track your operational cost and plan around it. Now imagine a scenario where your fundamental operational cost is constantly fluctuating and you don't have any means of tracking it. To make matters worse, you're constantly losing money out of your pocket. This is not just a hypothetical situation, it's the reality for Mr. Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel owns a butchery shop here in Kigali, and each month he's faced with electric bills that are fluctuating despite consistent usage. To make it worse, he's also spending fortune to getting equipment fixed or replaced every single time.
Unfortunately, Mr. Emmanuel is not the only one. In Rwanda, we have over 260,000 SMEs, and 75% of them, they use electricity as their main operation cost. And including institutions like hotels, schools, and hospitals, our total addressable market goes to $35 million. Focusing on Kigali, it goes down to $10 million, and we're targeting 10% of that, which is $1 million at the moment. To solve these problems, we are manufacturing 2 smart energy appliances. Welcome, LuxPlug and LuxShield. LuxPlug is a smart socket connected to AI-powered applications. Mr. Emmanuel can monitor and control his electricity usage anywhere at any time. He receives AI-based recommendations to optimize energy usage and also to cut production costs. It also detects machine anomalies so that we avoid energy waste and also protect the machines. With this solution, everybody can actually be able to save the energy very easily without any convenience.
Our second product, LuxShield, is a smart surge protector. I know you're probably wondering why surge protector when there are already plenty of it in the market. What makes our product different is it's going to be attached to the electric meter itself, and this way, Mr. Emmanuel doesn't have to buy individual surge protectors for each equipment. We also have a monitoring system built within it so that he knows his overall electric usage and gets cost estimation every month. Even though there are no smart sockets within the Rwanda market, there is nothing new under the sun, and we have plenty of competitors across neighboring countries. The price ranging from $14 to $27.
So our competitive advantage is the monitoring feature, the anomaly detection, AI insight, and also the local context. Mr. Emmanuel can only speak in Rwanda. We need to give him data in a language that he can understand. Also, additionally, it's also what you call local regulatory compliance. For example, especially when you call something like voltage regulation compliance. And also, we are selling LuxPlug at $30. We're selling LuxPlug at $30, and we are selling LuxPlug at $30 and LuxShield at $40 with 15% of profit margin. And also in the future, we're going to charge $2 subscription per month for AI recommendations. And also our main key cost drivers is supply chain, R&D, and product development.
Businesses in Rwanda are facing the rate of 24% fluctuation when it comes to their electric bills. This is despite consistent usage. They're not using additional electric, but they're still facing 24% of fluctuation rates. And institutions like hotels are spending up to $14 every week to get equipment fixed or replaced. Based on this calculation, our customers will be getting the money they have spent on our products within 4 months or less. To get to our targeted customers, we'll be using direct sales, partnership with electrician association groups and utility providers, and retail.
At the moment, you have 74 business on our wait list. Some people have requested our services, our products. And then in the next 12 months, we are targeting actually to reach out to, after the next 12 months after we have our product, we're targeting to sell to 460 businesses, which we project to have to get a revenue of $87,000. So I am a Mr. Zerom Sangfura, electronics and telecommunication engineer with 7 years plus of AI development.
And I'm Elimu XR, electrical and computer engineer with 4 years of experience in software development. Due to the nature and the sensitivity of our product, we're currently in the testing period to make sure we're delivering a high-quality product that's safe for everyone to use and help them, which is why we're requesting for $10,000 to $100.
So most of the money is going to go in the supply chain, sourcing components for the manufacturing, and also the product development R&D. And some of the money is going to go for the compliance of their machine.
Join us in the journey of making sure business owners like Mr. Emmanuel, like you guys, and like us are in control of what they're using and protect their equipment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. What makes you different from the power surge and the power surge that exists? That those even protect the gadgets that you are power surging. What different are you doing?
So the current surge protectors that are available in the market are sockets, and you're going to need to buy different ones for each equipment. What we're doing is going to be connected to the electric meter, and we're going to be protecting everything within your compound, including light bulbs, installations, and you don't have to buy individual sockets.
There exist those ones also. Like when I was installing mine, I did that one. So I'm wondering, what are you doing different?
So basically, if it helps, so currently in the business that we talked to during our market research, we reached out to 222 businesses. So basically, they're not actually looking, they're not using these existing solutions. And again, what we find out, we can actually give them these solutions, but we need to add more value. They don't want just a surge protector, they also want to know how much they're consuming. So then we found out there is an entry point, it's an entry point where you can actually give them create a surge protector that cater for their need, and also we add the monitoring tools that they need.
Okay. I'm just trying to see the connection between the surge and the protection, how much power you use, because I know there exist meters nowadays where the electricity meters can also tell you how much you're consuming and what is consuming more and what you can reduce. And my other thinking is, if they're not using, is it because they don't exist or they don't know? Because those are two different problems. Just because you're creating it doesn't mean they will use it. So even as you say, I know we are very, very, very early on, but even as you build a product, just know why people are not using. Is it because it's not available? Is it not that they don't know, or they need to, or they haven't seen a need, or it have not been pressing enough for them to know? Also remember, if I'm a business owner, most of the time the premise that I'm operating from, it's not mine. I've rented out, and it comes with sockets. I'll find them there. Some you might renovate and put yours, most of them are there. So it's not within my prerogative, it's not within my responsibility to put those, but the business, the building owner, right? So as a business owner, as much as I want to, I may not change. That takes me to the thinking of the plug and play ones, which most, like these ones, the power sockets. If then you are thinking through those, then I see the connection, but then you have to think from a point of the power surging, because they exist. They already exist. What are you doing different? It's the measuring and the metering of how much they use and the importance of that. What are they going to do differently? It's just sharing my thoughts.
Thank you very much.
So you said electricity is one of the biggest operational cost for SMEs or businesses?
It's part of the operation cost.
Biggest? You said biggest.
I did not say, it's not biggest, sorry.
Okay. My issue with that is, they can incorporate it into the price that they're selling. So even though it might be an operation cost, they could get it back with the price with their sales, right? So why not maybe focus on households? Because households why isn't your market households? So that's one. And the second one is, I think you're in Rwanda, right? So there is a program, a governmental program, that says that in maybe 2030, they would lower electricity costs. So it would be affordable for every households, every businesses, etc. So how are you going to be relevant when that happens?
So for the first question, the reason we're partnering with electrician associations group is also to reach to households. Currently, like for the Lux plug, which is the smart socket, it's a bit expensive for household usage, and they don't necessarily need to monitor their usage. But with providing the Lux Shield, which is the surge protector, and going through the electricians' their interest, it's easy to implement that, and they can still get their overall costs and know what's going on.
I'm gonna push up, I don't think that's true, because actually households are the ones that really monitor the electricity, especially if you have electric cars, etc. So, because it's not a fixed cost, or you cannot get it back by selling something. So they do really need what you are actually selling as solution. So I'm just gonna push back on that.
Okay, we have not taken that into consideration, and we'll start referring to it now. For the second question, at the current state, what we're thinking is to collect data and maybe see what was going to happen. Our plan is to eventually collect enough data and build our AI model so that we can cost on a higher level and get a certain percentage of it. And we're going to use that data to sell it to energy groups and manufacturers, and also us to iterate and develop products that are in need by the public.
Alrighty. Thanks so much, team. Give them a hand, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, next up on stage is Maiko.
Good afternoon. We are Team Maiko. Let me begin with a quick one. How many of you know what a substrate is? Well, I can't judge you. Until 3 months ago, I didn't know either. A substrate is a growing medium for mushrooms. It's a mixture of agricultural waste, moisture, and nutrients. Think of it as an ecosystem that mushrooms need to thrive. Now imagine you're a smallholder farmer in Rwanda, you want to grow mushrooms, but making a substrate is hard. It needs special tools, right conditions, and for you to wait for at least a month before you can plant. On your own, it's extremely difficult. And yet, the demand for mushrooms is rapidly growing. We talked to over 100 stakeholders, including buyers, suppliers, farmers, and RAP, and what we found is clear. Rwanda demands 5,000 kilograms of mushrooms per day. And farmers can only supply less than 30% of that. And this leaves a market gap of over 3,000 kilograms of mushrooms per day. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a gap of over 3,000 kilograms of mushroom per day, which is represented by a market gap of over 10 million US dollars per annum. We are targeting to take 40% of that market gap by supplying 720,000 substrates of tubes per annum. How are we looking forward to do that?
Well, we are introducing Maiko, a ready-to-plant mushroom substrate for smallholder farmers. And this is where the magic happens. We are turning 200 tons of spent coffee ground that will have ended in landfill into 1 million high-quality, fully colonized mushroom substrate. Farmers don't need to prepare or process anything. All they have to do is just to place the tube in their shaded area. And within 7 days, they start harvesting. With just $25, they can launch their enterprise. So, our coffee-based substrate harvests 5 times, and they yield twice as much as traditional method. And from our laboratory experiment, mushrooms that grow on Maiko, they are proven to be rich in protein, fiber, antioxidant, and minerals, which makes them a powerful, nutritious plant that can serve as meat alternative. Yes, we have competitors, and we are aware of them. Our competitors, they are local producers for substrate and expensive imported mushroom kits. Do they think they are special? We stand out as Rwanda's first mover in coffee-based substrate production with our delivery model and full support for farmers. Yes, how far have we come?
Our early traction is promising. During the past 3 weeks,
we have been able to produce our first batch of 120 tubes, and out of that, 66% has been sold in just 5 days' time. We have also been training 22 farmers. We have forged an important partnership with Kavina Telkavina for piloting with 50 more farmers, and we have secured an important partnership with Agruni for an exclusive coffee waste collection and delivery on site. Our business model is lean and scalable. Each of our tubes are costing us 560 Rwandan francs, but we'll be retailing them for 700. And that will be yielding approximately 7,500 Rwandan francs for the mushroom farmers. It's a good business, right? And for us, with just 100 farmers, and each of them using 100 tubes per month on average, we are projecting to sell over 90,000 tubes over a period of 9 months. And that shall give us a revenue of 63 million, which is equivalent to 45,000 USD, and a gross profit of 12.6 million, which will be based on 25% margin, profit margin calculations. Today, we are asking for $10,200 of investment for us to be able to expand. And that 30% of that investment will be used for production, research and development. And 25% will be used for acquiring a facility. And the remaining 45% will be used for other operational costs. So with that investment, we will be prioritizing to work on acquiring a facility whereby we'll be building a production capacity of 60,000 tubes per month so that we can be able to capture the 40% market share that we are targeting. We'll be also into 100 farmers, but mainly targeting existing mushroom farmers with our freemium products. And we'll also be partnering with local transporters for the delivery of our supplies. We are a team of 3 with complementary skills. Jeremias McConnell, and I'm bringing 15 plus years of experience in health and coordination. And I'll be leading strategy and partnerships.
My name is Clever. I'm a software engineer, innovator, and marketer. I'll be handling with our digital tools, product innovation, and marketing. I'm Providence Irakoze. I'm a farmer myself and a food scientist. I'll drive product formulation and operations. And yes, the same cup of coffee you enjoyed this morning could go to grow a kilogram of mushrooms. Thank you.
Good job in your presentation. I love farmer contract farming, right? That's what you'll be doing with them, right? It's contract farming, where you train them, then you give the raw materials, and then you source the market, right? Is that the case? Or am I creating my own things? That's the case. Okay. What are the challenges that you anticipate in the whole process of the contract farming using, I know it MISO, one of the company called it type MISO, and so what are the challenges you anticipate?
One of the challenges will be actually targeting the cooperatives and the farmers groups that are already working. Because, for us, we are targeting to actually work with the existing mushroom farmers because they already have the comparison on the ground. They have the traditional means that they are already using, but we are innovating around that with a better quality product. So they are into the supply chain and they have their own market as well. So actually, probably penetrating through that existing system is going to be a bit of a challenge for us. But we shall be working with already identified partners like with the RAB and the association as well, the Mushroom Farmers Association.
All right, what about consistency of the product? The consistency, making sure that you get the same consistency from all the farmers from different regions. How are you going to manage that?
We are working with Agruni. Agruni, they are waste collectors. They collect waste from different places, including the coffee shops. So the coffee we are collecting is from the coffee shops. Since they are the one working on the waste collection, we are working with them as well so that they can collect for us that coffee waste. On average, a coffee shop produces 5 kgs per day, and farmers who are in
rural areas, they'll be getting they will be getting our substrate from us, and then because we are also working with the transport agencies, so we'll be delivering those substrate where they are. So we are getting the coffee and we produce and then deliver using the transport agencies that are already on the market.
To add on what Clever said, when we are making the substrate, we shall not only use coffee, but we shall use other wastes. So it means coffee takes a small percentage, which is between 10 to 25%, which means the coffee that we are going to collect, we shall be able to be consistent while supplying substrate to the farmers.
What percentage of the total cost is logistics, the delivering, getting the coffee waste aspect, and also delivering to the farmers, what is it called, the final product?
Basically, for delivering it to the farmers, it will be the cost on their end, not from our end, but for the production. According to our early production estimates, it's costing us around 25%.
And how much does it add? I know you're passing on the delivery cost to the farmers, you're passing it to the farmers. How much does it add to their price?
Just a little bit. We have been seeing the experience on the ground as well. Basically, on the long term, we are targeting to actually decentralize the production facility as well within our facilities, as well as partnering with franchise systems, with cooperatives and everything, so that the sourcing will be somehow in the close by, so that the costs will not be high.
Last question, excuse my ignorance again. If somebody were to ask you, I think this market is a bit too small because it's obviously you are focusing on one crop, what would you say to that?
I would say that the market is really expanding because now Rwandans are continually consuming these mushrooms. And this space, it's not like we are not only going to produce these substrates, we are planning to scale. And as we are scaling, we are going to make different products from mushrooms, let's say mushroom powder and other processed products, so which will be exported. We are also planning to tap into the East African market, where we shall be able to supply them the mushroom products that we are making.
And to add on that, the government of Rwanda is also emphasizing on consumption of mushroom rather than meat in schools, mostly the 9 years of basic education, from a fine dining restaurant to a 9 years school-based education.
So my question is, you're really supplying from Westage, right? You're supplying from Westage, like from waste.
Yeah.
Right? So why is your cost so high? Because I see you don't have a very expensive packaging. Logistic is, I mean, there's expenses, but $560 to sell to $700. You have a very high cost. What is it?
Yeah, that's actually in Rwandan francs. But again, that could feel like a bit high. Through our production capacity increase, we are also planning to decrease that. But mostly, some of the waste items are not actually available in this country. For example, one of the main waste items we are going to use is a cotton waste that's being imported from Tanzania or Uganda. So there are still some costs related to that. We're planning to reduce with our production capacity increase.
Alrighty, next up on stage, Stoneforge.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that in Rwanda, over 150,000 homes are built annually, representing 5,000 million in investment? Yet, 65% of this project face construction risks, all rooted in one core issue: poor supervision. Ladies and gentlemen, have any one of you or someone you know have any one of you or anyone, have you ever or someone you know ever started building a house only to realize that you simply couldn't be there to properly supervise it? Well, you are not alone. Well, you are not alone. 1,000 of other home builders and diaspora are investing in building their homes without actively investing their time to manage it, which leads to our market size. 65%, equivalent to 325 million, are affected by the poor supervision. And we are targeting 30% of the market, which is equivalent to 97.5 million. Daniel, what is our proposed solution?
Yes. Let me introduce to you StoneForge. We are just offering a visual construction supervision services that combines both on-site check-ins and with our digital platform. To do this, we don't just step in when construction begins. We are just with our customer from day one. We start by consulting home builders and then connecting them with key stakeholders like engineers, suppliers, and also review their works to ensure that the foundation of the construction or the project is both technically and financially reliable, even before laying down a single brick. Then, when the construction begins, we install cameras on the site. We assign a reliable supervisor who will be doing regular check-ins, and we give our customer access to our digital platform for him to be like he's on the site while he's not physically there. Then this is the overview of our platform. You first, as a client, book a consultation. Then when you talk or have talked and you are onboarded, you have login credentials for you to access your dashboard. Then through that, you will be able to remote review your project and also be able to track the progress of your project, budgeting and everything. And you will also be able to receive updates that are daily generated by AI and reports. So this will happen wherever you are in the world. Our business model is simple and reliable. Interestingly, it is affordable. We only charge 5% of the cost of the project, where 3% of the cost of the project will be the cost it will take us to deliver this solution, and we will keep 2% as the margin profit for us to scale and make impact. Then, Blaze, Grace, how far are we?
So within these 3 months, we've been able to secure 7 strategic partnerships with 3 main banks, 3 construction companies, and 1 technical school. We are currently having 8 potential customers who are on the pending list, and we currently have 2 active projects worthy $9.5. So this is us on the site. This is us on the site for our first client that we are currently serving. And mainly, once the cameras are installed, the customer will be able to have visual access and updates regarding his project. And then we want to onboard them to our platform so they can get the regular updates and the reports of how their project is ongoing. Then Blaise, what is our competitive advantage?
StoneForge, we offer a transparent and centralized platform that combines all of that. Where with that, it brings accountability, clarity, and confidence to every project. Looking forward, we are projecting a $150,000 revenue in the next 12 months from supervising 30 projects. We start with 3 projects in Q1, where we already have 2 projects we are running. We onboard 5 projects in Q2, where we break even. We onboard 8 projects in Q3 and 14 in Q4. With every project, we gain more efficiency and build trust with our customers. Behind all of this, we have our team. There is Daniel Zasabamungu, a civil engineer for 3 years. Me, myself, Blaise Pascal, a project manager for 5 years. And Grace Ijiraneza, a software engineer for 2 years. Today, we are asking $10,200, where 35% of that will go to finalize our platform and our app. 30% of that will go into research and development. 20% of that will go into site equipment, and 15% of that will go into marketing. with Stoneforge, you don't just build. You build with trust, transparency, and peace of mind. We are Stoneforge. Thank you.
How much does it cost to acquire, say, like, give me an average for one customer, and also the installations they have to put in place, the cameras, and also do you have somebody putting on the data on your platform? And total, basically, how much does it cost you guys to have a project set up and ready for supervision?
Thank you. From the project you're working on, there is camera installation. There is an engineer who is there to supervise, to do regular check-ins. That person, you asked about the cost. So that person, the project itself, it will take 6 months. It's the contract. So that we pay that person. And also for us, as Stoneforge, the things we do is to let that person on the site inserting the information of what is happening for the homeowner to see everything. So that person we assign there is the one who update everything independently. Yeah.
So maybe to add on that, to give a story on our first project. For example, we signed a contract of $5,000 on our first project. They gave us an advance of $1,000 to be able to cover all those costs, where there is camera installation and the supervisor on the site and the logistics for us to manage all those things. So we approximated it to 3% of the whole project, as we will be charging 5% of the project cost. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Again, what are you solving? What problem are you solving?
Okay, thank you. The problem we are solving is for home builders who are running their project with busy schedule, who can afford to be on the site physically. For example, diasporas, by default, they can't be on their site, but they want to know what is happening and they want to follow up their project. So that problem, most of the time, because the home builder are the one who bear the cost of the labors, materials. Once they are misused or once the project delays, it is the problem. Yeah.
Okay. So one, you'd want you providing access for me, ability for me to see the progress of my project.
Yes.
Secondly, you're solving the theft of, or rather, the theft of the construction materials, right? Those are the two, and then, or rather managing costs, right? If someone say they are doing this, they will do it. Okay? So be clear on what you're solving. So ability to see the progress, ability to reduce theft of construction material, and efficiency. If I say if it's construction, when you hire a contractor to build, it's phase-based. They say they are doing this week, then that is done. So just be clear, because that's not clear. I hear it's lost in your wording, but I wanted you to say it clear so that we can break it down. Secondly, who are you targeting?
We are currently targeting Rwandan home builders and diaspora.
Sorry, say that again.
Rwandan home builders, like people who want to build their homeowners, residential houses, and then diaspora.
Okay,
diasporas in other countries who want to build their homes, but
homeowners. Yes. Okay, good. Have you considered contractors?
Yeah.
Contractors?
We are targeting contractors through our digital platform because we are planning to sell it as a product through subscriptions to those contractors who want to use our solution. So they have shown their a great interest, but as long as we have not finalized the platform, we can't sell it as a product. But we are targeting them by selling that platform as a product.
As a contractor, why would I take your product? It's keeping me on high pressure.
If I can continue, as he said, many of them, engineers and contractors, shown their interest when our platform is finished, because many of them have many different projects. So they can't be on all sites at the same time. So they can be able to see what is happening on each site. They can manage their inventory. They can see everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
But remember,
to add on
Yeah,
this, there
yes.
is an updates like reports,
Yes.
dialect reports, which is currently being done manually, which is a problem to them. So they are very interested in reports, recordings, everything like.
Okay. I hear you, but I want you to go and rethink. What are the value proposition for contractor? Because it will be different from the homeowner. If you're working with a construction company, the value proposition will be different. What you offer for the contractor may not be necessarily for the homeowner. Homeowner is surveillance and tracking the progress. Not necessarily as a contractor, because I'm on the ground, I wake up and go to my sites and I can monitor. So what else are you going to offer for them? And it doesn't have to be bundled up right now. It can be faced, right? And also financiers who fund what they want to see, because they are all, when you think of construction, it has so many players and all of them are gatekeepers to a great extent. Contractors are gatekeepers. I want to get as big margins as possible. The more I spend, the more I get. Most of them are paid per percentage as you guys. So if the construction is 50,000 USD, I'm paid 3% of the construction. So the higher the cost, the higher my margins. And if, on the other hand, the more, if I am able to manipulate the materials, the easier maybe I can distribute those to other constructions that are going. So if you are surveillance that work against my disadvantage. So that's what I'm saying. Think through what are you offering for different key stakeholders very early on in a construction, because they are all tied to each other, right? But the biggest person you need to convince is the homeowner to buy, because they will save the biggest and they are the owner. But secondly, the contractor is the decision maker. Contractor is the decision maker in terms of how I use my money as a homeowner. So how do you convince them? It have to be a different value proposition. So.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's give a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next up on stage is Vusha.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about one of the biggest industries in the world, fashion. Did you know that last year, Louis Vuitton made $12.6 billion from selling culture, heritage, and craftsmanship? But here's the kicker. A huge part of that inspiration is taken from Africa. And yet, African designers are not getting a piece of this pie. In a $1.9 trillion industry, only 2% of the brands are African-led. And this is because of the high shipping cost and a poor brand positioning to fit in the luxury fashion market. So we asked ourselves, what if the next Louis Vuitton came from Africa?
And this is where we are building Vusha, a fashion house focused on exporting African-inspired fashion pieces to the European markets. So what we do basically, we are designing the pieces, producing them, and shipping them abroad. Now at design, we are bringing together designers from different crafts to come up with the piece concepts. And then at production, as a fashion house, we are focusing on creating our own crochet production hub. And for any other type of craft, such as leather, we are partnering with other producers. Now at shipping, we have talked to DHL, and this might help us in shipping products at lower costs. And to go to market, first we are starting with a specific niche of what we call the eco-conscious fashion love us. And they are basically in North America and Europe, the biggest consumers of African fashion. That's what we've found. And to narrow down the market even further, to start, we are only beginning with these crocheted pieces, fusing them with other with other crafts such as leather. And to distribute our products, we will be leveraging global stockists, also social media and our e-commerce platform currently under development. Also, largely, we will be using fashion events, and this is where we meet our stockists and also build that brand credibility.
So let's talk money. We will be using the value-based pricing model. For example, this bag, this travel bag, Justice, we sold it for $120 and it cost us $60 to make, which gave us a 100% markup. We also sold a piece for $400, which gave us a 728% markup. And this is just the beginning, as compared to the bigger brands who are getting up to 2,400% markup, and that is where we want to get to. So why would somebody buy from Vusha? Because we sell pieces that are made in Africa, handcrafted from locally sourced materials, which are also eco-friendly, and each piece tells a unique story about our African culture. As opposed to our competitors, we are specializing with crochet, and its handcrafted nature gives it a high value and also makes it difficult for the mass-producing brands to replicate.
Now, already we have sold $1,200 worth of pieces, and that's to a stockist in Italy and to a Russian expert in Kenya. We have 2 stockists, the one in Italy and also one in Kenya, and we have 3 skilled artisans in our crochet production hub already. And the market is huge. The luxury fashion market stands at $1.9 trillion, focusing on the sustainable fashion consumers. This brings us to $12.4 billion, and we believe that with our current resources, we can confidently capture a $1 million market. Now, here, this is Eunice. She's one of our crochet artists right now. She's a graduate, and she couldn't find a job. And this is the story of many graduates across Africa. However, she has always done crochet as a hobby. We are opening opportunities for girls, for ladies like Eunice to the European market. And this is the team to become the face of African fashion. So Betty Dora, our CEO, has 5 years experience in the fashion industry, making pieces and exporting. I, Justus, have 4 years in business managing a real estate company.
So we're seeking $10,200 to bring this to life. 54% will be used in brand positioning as we plan to have a good marketing campaign. 23 will be on product development as we make the next 3 collections. Justus, where will this take us?
Now, this takes us in a year to 7 global stockists across the world, scaling our crochet production hub to produce 1,620 pieces per year, and this translates to around $200,000 in annual revenue.
So this continent has 3,000 distinct tribes, and that means that we have the culture, we have the hands, and we have the heritage. So join us to build the next generation of luxury fashion made in Africa by Africans. Thank you.
So I'm a huge, huge fan of bags, let me tell you. So why not become the Louis Vuitton of Africa? Why Europe?
Why Europe?
Yeah.
They're the biggest consumers of luxury fashion, and also we are selling pieces for up to $400, and when we looked at the market, the people who can actually afford to pay that happened to be there, and we're also focusing more on bringing the money back to Africa. Yeah, that's basically.
Can I tell you something? Because I'm actually, these are Ethiopian bags. Sold pretty much 200, 400. And you know who are the biggest buyers?
Who?
Kenyans.
Really?
South Africans.
Good. That's good.
So that's one. So you better, please look at the African market. And I promise you, they're going to be the biggest buyers.
We're not exempting them from buying. We're not saying don't buy. We're just, we want you guys to buy. So yeah.
So I just a cautionary tale. It's when you sell bags directly, maybe to distributors, it's they're gonna take your bags, they're gonna modify it, and they're gonna sell it higher. So that's what's happening. So you become like an OEM manufacturing like China, where they're gonna have a better quality zipper or better quality finishing, etc. And usually distributors that actually buy are, that's what they do. So yeah, be careful, build your brand, and sell it directly to consumers. Use Etsy, use those e-commerce that actually buy from manufacturers or people, and then sell it directly to consumers. So I think that's my advice for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, but some thoughts. This is a very competitive market, saturated with so many products. Just remember yesterday, another product I saw called Dira. They're called Dira Design. They're also crocheting. They are crocheting recycled, with recycled materials and crocheting bags, and they're very beautiful. I was trying to see whether I can get their link. So it's a very highly competitive space. So what matters is how do you position yourself to break through? How do you get yourself, how do you get your market segment that will be consistent for you to supply? Okay. And also what I have seen work is when you get local markets, because as she said, as Ruth said, imagine there is that niche market in Africa of people who can be able to buy. Yeah,
yeah, we want that.
Yeah.
We really want
Let's
that.
not show us our bags and where we buy. yeah, but
yeah.
I can tell you there is enough market, there is enough niche market that can be able to buy that kind of bag. So start with those, because what happens most of the time is if I know a product, within my circles I'll say, did you see this product? And within referrals, because they are, you're limited, you do limited product size, right? You do limited numbers of products. It's able to, the referrals make you go into the spaces that you're not already in. And that creates a pathway to markets that you're not in. So consider that, but also know it's a very highly competitive market. So utilize those small pockets of markets and see how referrals can take you to the next level of growth. I wouldn't recommend, okay, it's good that you're saying you're starting with through Europe, but try to see how can you get that 1% market in Kenya, that 1% in any other, Uganda, whatever, before you go to Europe, because they are close proximity.
Okay. Can we start with you guys?
All righty, let's give him a hand, guys. Next up on stage, Elimu XR.
Hello. If we have a problem here first. Okay, good. So hello and good afternoon. This is Elimu XR. But before we talk about ourselves, let me tell you about Jackson. He's a mechanic in Nairobi, and this was him in 2018 admitting his son Brian at Jamhuri Secondary School. Now Brian is inspired by what the dad does, and he has one big dream, to become a mechanical engineer. Fast forward to 2022, Brian sits for his national exam. Unfortunately, despite his passion and hard work, he fails to attain the required pass grades to pursue mechanical engineering. Now his dream is stalled. And this is the reality of thousands of students and the heartbreak of just as many parents, whereby substandard performance in STEM subjects prevents these students from pursuing their desired STEM career paths. So Moses, tell us about the need for STEM.
This problem does not affect Brian alone. In Kenya, over 85% of secondary school students fail to attain the required pass mark to pursue STEM courses at the university level, which consists of over 55% of all the courses offered. The demand is there, the opportunity is massive, but these students like Brian are not prepared to seize it. With this in mind, we went to the market and these were our key findings. There's lack of well-equipped science labs, there's limited ICT integration and use of digital tools, and also there's over-reliance on traditional and outdated methods of teaching. In Kenya, we have 4.1 million junior secondary school students. The government targets that 60% of these will pursue the STEM pathway at the senior secondary school level. We plan to acquire 10% of this to begin with, and this gives us an annual opportunity of 6.7 million. How are we solving this?
It's now a pleasure to introduce you to Elimu XR. Elimu means education in Swahili, whereas XR means extended reality. And this is because we are leveraging immersive learning by blending 3D animation, interactive 3D models, augmented reality, and AI to help students like Brian understand STEM concepts with much clarity. So we provide students with content that is aligned to the curriculum, and this is how it works. Once students get onto the platform, they get to select a grade, and at this point you're focusing on the junior secondary school category. They can then select a subject to study and a topic, and this gives them access to high-quality 3D animated video lessons to simplify these concepts. Also, they get to interact with high-quality 3D models to visualize these concepts. They can click on parts to know what they are and what they do, and they can also interact with the cross-sections of these models to visualize the internal parts. Also, they can project these models to view them in the real-world environment using their phone cameras, and this is where augmented reality comes in. After that, they can take a high-quality quiz to assess their understanding of these concepts. Also, students can access high-quality courses and exams that are listed on our platform. They can request for tutors, and they can also register and join any online class that is listed on our platform. By combining these immersive learning technologies, we help students like Brian to visualize complex STEM concepts to boost understanding, retention, and also performance. And what have we been able to do so far?
So far, we have developed our MVP, which is at 60% completion. This comprises of our website and a mobile app. Our content development is at 30%. Besides that, we are collaborating with 7 teachers, piloting with 5 schools, and partnering with 2 organizations. That is, the Center for Maths, Science and Technology Education in Africa, and the School Equipment Production Unit in Kenya. So far, we have conducted 5 online classes successfully, and this has earned us a net profit of $318. Our business model is simple and scalable. Our users are students like Brian, and our customers are parents and schools. Majority of our costs will go to product and content development, hosting, and the paying of tutors. Our main distribution channels are our website and the mobile app. How we plan to make money is through paid-for tutoring services, through our online classes which are already ongoing, subscriptions to access the bulk of our content, and in-app purchases to access high-quality courses and assessments.
To make this vision a reality, we're asking for $10,200, and this will help us finalize platform development, accelerate content production, and also scale our operations. And this will allow us to scale our online classes to 30 classes a week, which translates to $6,000 per month in net profits. Also, we target to have over 2,000 active subscribers on our platform, which translates to $96,000 in revenues per year. I am Victor Karaoke, a mechanical engineer and a software developer. I'm also a 3D modeling expert and have been a STEM instructor for 2 years, and this positions me perfectly to spearhead this beautiful project at Elimu XR.
And I am Moses Kiai, a front-end developer, a business development manager, and a seasoned entrepreneur with over 6 years experience.
We believe that the dreams of innocent students like Brian shouldn't just die.
By supporting Elimu XR, you are giving every student a real shot to learn, to thrive, and to rewrite their future. Thank you.
Thank you. So you guys can check out our web platform using that, but I must warn you, we are yet to map content onto this web platform, but we are more than glad to demonstrate to you how this product works using the Android app on my phone, which we have already mapped the content from our cloud storage. We invite your contributions.
Right, thank you. Your energy matched the save the best for last, right? All right. You said who is your target market in terms of buying power?
These are the parents and the schools.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell us more in terms of how will you onboard them?
So currently we've already been having our online classes, and this we've been serving them through on the weekends when the students are out of school, and we've been accessing them through the parents.
Okay.
Yes.
Being a parent of a student who might be the age bracket you're targeting, an older one, maybe some advice, and maybe based on the tools that I have seen work for the schools that they're in. When you go through parents and working on, based also with experience with similar products in that space, when you go direct to the parent, it's super fragmented. And there is so much workload to me as a parent to take through the student, and it conflict with what they are learning in school. So how do you make sure it's aligned to what they are learning? You have to work with school. The reason I'm saying that, I know you're going to use the curriculum, you're using the teacher, but I can tell you it's conflicted. It's a lot of conflict, and I know that because I have year 9. Then what works? I have seen embedding and working with schools and having this product being part of the school, not school curriculum, extracurricular works. Why? Because I have seen me being given part of extracurriculum, being told they have this product, what do you want? And your child will say, I have seen this and it's very fun. Please pay for me, and you're paying extra $10,100 for an extracurriculum activity within school. My son is in high school, and one of the extra curriculum is ICT club. And one of the things that I have noted to say that some of the things they are doing is close to this, but also that they are creating certain product that they are able to compete at science congress level. So you see the understanding, but it's not. So I am paying extra money on top of fees, but I'm not put as a responsible parent. Not that I don't want the responsibility, but the consistency and alignment to school curriculum, there is no conflict. And I have seen that work better with such products. So think through around the business model and how the schools can be able to adopt that. So I just wanted to give that as a feedback.
Thank you for those insights.
Before he tells me to shut up, you guys should start emceeing as a side gig.
Amen.
So my question is, how is it used in schools? Like, yeah. Go ahead. How do you use it in schools?
Okay, first of all, teachers may use to integrate these into their lesson plans, into their teaching processes, okay? But also, schools can decide actually to have this platform maybe installed in their computer labs and all that to give the students access, yeah? And moving forward, we also plan to have a teacher-focused product that aligns with this, whereby teachers can actually get to use our resources, the models and all that, to plan their lessons. So they can be able to use the resources that we already have, like the 3D models and all that, to offer their lessons in classes.
So how are schools supposed to pay? How are they paying? A subscription base?
Subscription base for the schools.
So they add it into their curriculum, and they don't have a one-time fee, but they have a subscription fee. So if they decide to stop, that means they have to change the whole curriculum and the whole way of teaching. So you are becoming maybe essential to them, which is dangerous. So didn't you have these types of questions when you maybe interacted with the schools? No?
So at the moment, we are yet actually to release the product that goes to schools. Maybe we can get to these in a moment. So what we are doing, the content that we are creating is supposed to be on that particular study, the section called study. That is where we are putting all this content. At the moment, we've already shared that we are using the online classes as our entry point. This is what we are already doing. So at the point where we get to unlock that study section, where we have all these content, the 3D models and all that, then we will have maybe streamlined how we want to operate with the schools. At the moment, we are still working on that. Yeah.
I have actually one of the companies that I support that's doing this. Let me tell you something, like adding tutors, online classes, these are separate businesses. They ask a lot of time, a lot of content, a lot of everything. So I would suggest that you go maybe where the low-hanging fruit is, where your resources are well used, and then maybe diversify, because these are 3 different companies. So yeah, that's a suggestion for me. All right.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's give him a hand, guys. Alrighty, that is 15 out of 15 completed. We're going to shake it a little bit up while we give the judges a little bit of time to formulate their one remark each, limited to 23 seconds, and providing some feedback to the teams. We're going to have Brian on stage as the cohort representative to give us no more than a 2-minute feedback from your side. He was looking at me, smiling and nodding like
a dingo bear. Hello. Sorry, I was expecting to do this speech after the judges' remarks. That's why I was looking at him like that. So our judges, our CEO Ntore Farr, Regional Director Aline, the incredible Jasiri team, esteemed guests, and of course, my fellow Ntore. Good afternoon. I'm Jambo wa Kenya. I'm Akuru, my Rwandan friends. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Brian Dambuki. I'm a proud member of the Ntore cohort, and today I have the honor of doing something every entrepreneur dreams of: speaking uninterrupted without fear of questions from the judges. So let me start by explaining the meaning of Ntore, which I came to learn. It's a word I come to deeply respect. It's in Kinyarwanda, it means a team of elite warriors who defend the people, rise to challenges, and never back down. That spirit defines Jasiri entrepreneurs, brave enough to take the first step, bold enough to pursue impact, and stubborn enough to live on coffee, minimal sleep, and the daily trauma of hearing Mig shout, 10 minutes left. We applied to the program nearly a year ago. Out of over 5,000 applicants, 49 of us made it to the other side. We thought the hard part was over. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. What followed was co-founder speed dating. Tinder meets entrepreneurial edge reports. Can I get a shout out for my shipper drivers? Innovators? Oh, you guys forgot your dominant processing styles after you found your co-founders. I haven't had anyone ask me what my dominant processing style is anymore. Sorry, guests, it's an inside joke. So we promise you're normal most of the time. So from that moment on, we built, broken up, rebuilt, pivoted, cried, made up, leveled up, and now just 4 months since our first Jasiri Jumpstart Zoom call, we've reached full gestation. We are here, reborn, stronger, smarter, and ready. We are Ntore, and we've survived the fire. We've had our moments, late night pitching to each other like TEDx Kigalios tomorrow, the mirror board marathons, the awkward silence when someone asked, what's your traction? And you remembered you haven't spoken to your customers yet. But through it all, we kept showing up, we listened, we learned, and iterated. And now our MVPs are real. Our ideas are sharper, and we're empowering Ethiopian family households with radiant skincare. Shout out to Simply Organic, Vusha in African fashion to the global runway, and my personal favorite, building AI assistants that never ghost customers at 2 a.m. We're building the future of Africa. So to our facilitators, thank you. To Isidore, who I've seen hanging around.
who's the first one to leave. Your mantra of everyone in, no one out, stuck with us, like gum under a sneaker. You taught us true perseverance, and then pulled the ultimate founder move. You pivoted yourself out. To Migs, our resident timekeeper, truth teller, and startup drill sergeant. From day one, your countdowns kept us sweating and your standards kept us honest. 10 minutes left became the soundtrack of our lives, burnt into our nervous system like mental timer that now goes off even in our sleeps. But beyond the pressure, you taught us what excellence looks like. You never let us settle for good enough. We pushed our pitches, our thinking, and our confidence to new levels. And sometimes it even felt like a boot camp, but it was exactly what we needed to evolve our ideas into real entrepreneurs. You believed we could be great even when we were still stuck in messy. And now, looking at how far we've come, we see what you saw all along. Thank you for being our pusher, our challenger, and ultimately our champion. And to Renita, thank you for being our calm, steady anchor throughout this journey. More than a coordinator, you are a go-to person, a quiet guardian who always had time, a smile, and a solution. You walked beside us every step of the way, and for that, we are truly grateful. Thank you. And to our incredible instructors, from Chidi, Dennis, Ekua, Mandisa, Kweku, Elton, Michael Samuelson, David, Jean-Michel. And even the Sarah Foundation. Thank you. You transformed our pitches from YouTube application chaos. You remember the YouTube things we did? You transformed them from our YouTube application chaos into real venture stories with potential. You challenged us to think deeper, build leaner, and pitch better. And to those who didn't make it all the way, we honor you. And because entrepreneurship isn't judged by investor applause, it's judged by customer impact. So don't give up. The journey is still yours. To the investors in this room, watching online, or discovering us months from now on YouTube, Africa's next unicorns are literally in this room. Sponsor now, enjoy the ARR later. To policymakers, entrepreneurs are Africa's employment engine. Help us build. That means fewer forms, less red tape, less paperwork equals more prototypes. And to the future Jasiri fellows, explaining the residential intensive is like describing the color red to someone who's colorblind, like myself. You just have to experience it. Case study. My wife was part of Cohort 3. Tell you the truth, we've compared notes. And as much as we've gone through a similar program, our experiences are different. Same program, different battles, same fire, different ventures. So if you're thinking of applying, do it. Show up, buckle up. Jasiri will teach you more about yourself than your Spotify Wrapped could ever would. To our families, thank you. Thank you for letting us chase our dreams. You didn't even fully understand. For pretending to follow up when we say our CAC is lower than our LTV. You're our biggest cheerleaders. We love you for it. And to Jasiri, we thank you for believing in us, even when you had nothing but a hunch and some nerve. You fed us literally. Shout out to Didas and the team for fattening us up. You mentored us and challenged us. Your investment is not going to waste. Africa's next unicorns are in this room. So on behalf of the Ntore cohorts, I say, we came, we built, we've survived, and now we launch. Murakoze chane, asanteni sana. Let's go build the future. And don't worry, we'll invite you to the IPO. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Brian. We're going to go over very quickly to the judges. One thing that they'd like to share with the cohort each, just to give us maybe some closing remarks, some tips for the future, etc. And Anne, we're going to start with you. No pressure.
Founders, I know today it's quite exciting, but also I know today is the start of the journey in terms of real building, real experience with real customer in a real environment. Having worked and walked and myself being a founder and an entrepreneur, one thing that will remain constant, that will help you to grow, I have seen work for me and I've seen work for other founders, is to remain hungry. Remain hungry at all time. And that means you learn from every opportunity you get. Even as you continue to do your research, to collect the information on the ground and keep iterating, remain super curious in everything that you come across. Anything, any person who gives you feedback, you don't have to take everything you hear, but ask yourself, why are they saying so? And what does that mean to your business or to what you're doing? So please remain hungry, curious, wanting to know what that might mean for your business at all given time. Secondly, continue to build businesses that, one, are grounded or founded on existing markets. So it has to be the basis of what you're building, have to be a real market. And I'm saying that because there is one thing to have a problem, and sometimes the problem might be so big, but you have to ask yourself, is there a big market enough that can pay for the solution that I'm building? But also it depends what kind of solution you're building and what kind of a company you're building. I keep on saying in many forums, there is space for everything. If you're building a non-profit, there is a market for that. If you're building a for-profit business, there's a space for that. But then you have to be very clear from the get-go, what are you building for? So if you're building for profit that will be driven by revenues and profit margins, then be very clear that's what you're building for. And it have to be founded on a big market enough that can pay for your solution. So always have that in mind. If you're not building for that, but anything in between, then it will fail on you. And lastly, remain grounded in what you believe. There will be nights where it doesn't make sense. Always go back to, why did you start this journey? Always go back to that tickling, moving thoughts or feeling or whatever it is that is driving you now to keep you grounded. I wish you all the best in your journey. And I don't have words enough to express your journey, but all the best.
First of all, congratulations, everyone. I know it was, the things that we saw today took so much work and sweat and tears. So really be happy that you've been able to get to this point. And I want just one comment, have audacity. I think that's one of the things some of us don't have. Just keep the audacity. If you feel like, somebody can give you the money, somebody can open a door, just ask. You might be surprised what you find out. And I was in your shoes a few years ago. I was actually a Jasiri fellow myself, so I can relate.
Yeah, so I loved your projects. They're amazing, very much interesting. I learned a lot. My advice for you would be you need to deep dive in maybe market study. Sometimes who are the shareholders? Who are the ones that affect your businesses? When you think about import-export, it's about FX, it's about disruption, it's about risk. So I would suggest very much that you take time to actually understand your market. That's one. And very ambitious. I loved how some of you were coordinating, color coordinating. Yes, which show the real teamwork, and I love that. And yeah, good luck to everyone. And I hope to see you, maybe Ethiopians, I hope to see you back at home so we can discuss more about your projects. I'm very much free if you need any more advices. Voila. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much, judges. Before we get to Anthony Farr, who I'm sure you guys are all dying to hear, we have a rock star from Kenya, all the way from Kenya. Hilda has joined us. She's the founder and CEO of Pezesha, and she's probably one of the most successful women in fintech in East Africa, if I'm not mistaken. So next up on stage, welcome Hilda.
Wow, I don't know if, I don't know what to say after all the pitching and all the great presentations. You know, I definitely wish when I was doing this and starting my journey 15 years ago, I wish I was a Jasirian. Maybe, just maybe, a lot of the mistakes I have made in this journey will not have been there. But that's why I'm here, so that you don't have to make the same mistakes. So when Elaine invited me to be here, I was like, what do I talk about? Because there's so much to say. And that's why I have even ended up writing a book about my first fintech, Ntore, that I was running in 2011 to 2015. We bootstrapped that business. I'm sure some of these terms now you understand. Bootstrapping, you know, so if I am talking jargon, let me know. But that's the whole essence of also going through this program, is to really understand the language of how we communicate, not just in terms of the process, the stage, but also in terms of the learnings and failures. So I sat in the plane thinking, what am I going to come here and tell you that you haven't yet been taught or heard during the program? But the best I can do is to give you a snippet of what are some of the key ingredients that have guided me in my 15 years of entrepreneurship. Ntore, 3 years, the business got acquired in 2015 by Jumo. I took a break and then started Pezesha back in 2016. And Pezesha is providing SME financing. I've seen some of you are also working towards solving problems for SMEs. I do believe that one of the easiest and sustainable way to solve African problems is if you solve for the SMEs. Where the job's gonna come from is building for the SMEs. How do we stop asking government for aid and help is solving for SMEs. So big up to anyone who is actually working on SMEs, because it is not easy, it is tough. But more importantly, Africa needs solutions embedded in resilience, reset, and relevance. So if you don't remember anything else I say today, just remember the 3 R's: resilience, reset, which is similar to pivoting, and relevance. So when you get out of here today, go ask yourself, in whatever you're building, is it encompassing and embedding those 3 R's? And that's been my journey since I started with Ntore and Pezesha. These 3 R's are the reason I'm here today. We have enabled more than 500,000 SMEs in Kenya and in Uganda. We have raised a total of $12 million. We have managed to scale now across East Africa, and that's why I'm always in this beautiful city of Kigali. We have 60 employees, mostly sitting in Kenya. And more importantly, we work with big partnerships like Safaricom and other telcos that have enabled us to support more than 700,000 merchants. So the impact that we've created has not been by an individual. It has been a village. It's been a team effort for us to get here. And the beautiful thing is what? We're profitable. So we're really building a business that's gonna create good, but also make money. And so allow me to just give an opening remark and then going into how I've applied these 3 R's so that you can take that away with you as you go to actually do the hard stuff, which is building. And now the pitches are over. Now you're getting into the mud and make money, but also create impact. Africa doesn't have the luxury of building for ideas. We build in storms. We build while navigating a lot of issues in Africa: power cuts, electricity issues, policy U-turns, currency devaluations, and still we innovate and still we rise. And that's why I am here today, to help you understand the power of these 3 words: resilience, reset, and relevance. These words are not buzzwords. They are the survival tactics and tools for you to go out there and build a very solid business. Resilience, building within the storm. It's like a tree that is going through the storm and there's very crazy wind. But the reason why that tree doesn't fall is because of the deep-rooted ground that has held it up. And that's what resilience is all about. And that's what you should be working towards building for your businesses today. And I'll give you a story about my journey in Pezesha especially. When we started Pezesha, there was a lot of things that we had to do from ground up. As I said, building SME platform is not easy. So we had to set the rails, we had to talk to partners, we had to talk to customers. But the most important thing is we had to stay on the course, understanding that all these things were important for us to get it right. And then in 2017, 2018, we thought, we've gotten this thing right. Let's go and build it. I am a software engineer, so you can already imagine that I was so immersed in the code, writing the platform, building this infrastructure that we did. But then 2019, we started to see the market change. 2020, COVID happened, and we were in the middle of raising our seed capital. I got an email that the lead investor that we had just signed up, I had just come from a trip in Luxembourg to pitch, just like you today. And when I landed like this, I got an email saying that they're no longer proceeding with the deal. Because of what? COVID. And I had to go back and reset everything. And this was one of the toughest periods of my journey this far. I had to talk to my team. I had to change a lot of things that we had put together a strategy, and the storm was not gonna get any easier. 2021, our biggest partnership fell apart. And so we had to go back on the growing table to actually figure out our business model. But in the midst of that storm, let me tell you, there was a breakthrough, because our business model pivoted to become an embedded finance partner. And many of the e-commerce logistics companies came to us and they said, why don't we use your infrastructure to keep customers and provide credit for them to succeed? And that's how, for many of you who might know Pezesha of, is we are the biggest embedded finance partner, and that's because of COVID. We worked with all the players that you possibly know some of their names: Twiga Foods, Copia, Market Force, everyone you can think of in the market that was doing logistics, e-commerce, was using Pezesha as the rails in the back end. Now, we had this amazing moment in our business where we were just growing in 2022, 2023. We didn't need to raise money, but we ended up now scaling up with those partners. And that's when in 2022, we raised our $11 million pre-Series A. Now, 2022, those business models started to die because of everything that was happening in the market, from a debt perspective to a cash flow. And so our business model was then affected. So we had to reset. So the second R, just to show you how this process really works. So resilience was the first part of that journey. COVID happened, then we had to become resilient, and that's why we survived. But what resetting and pivoting helps you to do as an entrepreneur is it now helps you to grow. Resilient only gives you the foundation to build. But then if you go a step further and learn how to pivot and to reset, it now helps your business to grow. So what happened was we had to reset our business model from all these other business models that we were working with that were now collapsing. So our board came to us and said, you guys have to move really quickly, otherwise you die. And remember, we had just raised capital. So this capital had to be put into use. And so we had to go back on the drawing table, look at those business models, and now separate our emotions from everything else that was working and everything else that had failed. And that is the time we had to take an about turn and say, we are going to go ourselves and look for value chains that are much more traditional. They are much more unsexy, if you allow me to use that word, and work with them because they had more sticky customers. And then we were then hit by the regulator, and they brought in a new license for digital lenders, fintechs, which was the DCP license, the Digital Credit Provider license. So here you are, you have to dismantle your entire business model, and you have to get regulated for you to continue operating in the Kenyan market. And across all the markets, it was the same. So everyone is panicking. Are we going to make it? How fast can we move? Yes, you have the money, but it's not gonna save you. And so we had to spend a lot of sleepless nights to reset. We had to start talking to partners all over again. We had to give them the value proposition in a new way, new thinking. Yes, it didn't work with the digital e-commerce. Now when we go to a big, fast-moving consumer good and we ask them, do you believe that credit can come in and plug in? They say, well, you can come in and do it, but we don't have the tech. So we were building the tech for them. We were basically automating the entire manual processes. And the reason we had to do it ourselves at that time is because we wanted to embed the credit where it was highly needed. And so, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow entrepreneurs, if I were to close the business, that was the time. Because the pain was too much. And that is why I would encourage you to get your pain market fit. I don't call it product market fit. Your pain market fit way sooner, because it only gets tougher. But the most important thing we did in that period was we changed our mindset and made sure that the fear in us did not stop us from getting this business model right. We used all the failures and the challenges, and we saw them as a design input into our product. And as they say, in God we trust, everything else, please bring data on the table. So as you build your businesses, just remember, that should be the mantra, that everything else, bring data. What do customers want? What are we really building? And then lastly, relevance. Is what you're building relevant to the market? Are you grounded in local realities? And that's been the way we have been doing business in Pezesha. We go on the ground, we talk to our partners, we talk to our customers, we understand their behaviors, because currently we have a lot of data sitting with us, because we are working with telcos, we're working with banks, so the amount of data that passes through our system at any given day is massive. So we use that data to understand, what do our customers want? What is their behavior? What else do we need to offer them? A relevant solution listens first. It understands culture. It recognizes informal economies. It respects lived experiences. It builds not for the community, but with the community. Relevance, as I summarize, is really the soul of your business. We have seen so many solutions being presented here. But if there is no relevance, then you don't have a business. It can be a very good app that everyone loves, but if there is no relevance and you do not understand the context, then you don't have a solution. So to wrap it up, we need a new blueprint for Africa. And guess who's going to build it? It's us. It's us here today. We have to be the ones to set that blueprint. A blueprint built on the 3 R's: resilience, resetting, and relevance. In other words, business models built on real stuff, real world, and they are robust and they are rooted in the community. That is what Africa needs. That is what Africa wants us to build. So while you're sitting in your house, wherever you are sitting in that coffee shop, or even here as part of the program, please remember that you need to build with those 3 R's if you want to be successful. But more importantly, as it was said before, as you build with a lot of passion and purpose, please also remember humility is part of the process, because it's only humility that will help you to know you need to go back and reset. It's only humility that will allow you to take failure as the learnings towards succeeding to the next level. And more importantly, it's only humility that's going to help you to understand that that is the relevance of your solution, not what you imagine, but what your customers want. I wish you all the best, Jasirians. I wish you all the best. Building is hard, but if you put the 3 R's, you can do way better than even the work we've done in Pesesha. This is us. We rise, we innovate, and we actually go to the world with a new blueprint. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Hilda, and since we are all entrepreneurs here, I will be selling her number, her direct WhatsApp number, so please see me afterwards. Last but not least, on stage we have Anthony Farr.
We'll get there. But firstly, Hilda, thank you. That was extraordinary. That sort of wisdom is birthed in the fire of 15 years or more of building. And I just love your thoughts on the blueprint that we need for the future. So please take to heart those lessons, those 3 R's, and let's see this blueprint emerge as we move forward. I also want to thank Megs and Renita and Nadine as they've really navigated you through this process over the last 3 months. It always amazes me how this is just 3 months into your journey with Jasiri. It's extraordinary to see the possibilities. Where else would you imagine that these sort of ventures could emerge from nothing? In 3 months. It's real testament to your effort, but also to the power of this entrepreneurial spirit that we believe will be part of the future for the continent of Africa. So, well done on that magic, that idea of creating something out of nothing, that alchemy that's happened in these last 3 months. And as you move forward, I think you realize as much as has been done in these 3 months, it's really just at the foothills. It's really at just the beginning of what lies ahead. So there's a lot of work to do, but we can see the energy, we can feel the sense of possibility that's emerging out of this cohort. Our 7th cohort over the last few years, and you really are now entering fully into this Jasiri community. We really, as Hilda spoke about, like it's business that will be at the forefront of the future prosperity of this continent. We've seen this massive shift in terms of how people understand how development works. And more we're realizing that prosperity comes through entrepreneurship. It comes through entrepreneurs like yourself, creating opportunity, creating jobs, solving problems, and moving us forward into the fullness of the vision that we have for this continent. I also just wanted to note that that this is the first demo day that we've had since the passing of one of our founders. Jill Gray passed away in December at 85. And so it's become even more important to us to kind of understand the legacy and the platform that Jill and her husband Alan created. If ever we doubt the possibility of what a few individuals, the difference that a few individuals can make, we just need to look at the lives of Alan and Jill. And so I think she would be looking down on this demo day and being extraordinarily proud of what you've achieved and the hopes and dreams that you carry forward beyond this demo day. And it's a poignant moment for us as a foundation to see that. And then before we rush to have our well-deserved lunch, I just want to make one last comment around how this really is a moment that is unlike any other moment in the history of this world. If we look at the technology, if we look at the opportunities, and we see it in the ventures that you've described, that really, I think we really need to kind of understand how we need to grab hold of this moment, and we are truly only limited by our imagination. And I love the level of imagination that we see in your Ntore cohort, and let's take it forward and let's take it to the fullness of that potential. We speak across the foundation, we have this phrase of in the coming years, where we used to describe what would be happening in the future as entrepreneurs, Jasiri entrepreneurs, Alan Gray entrepreneurs would be at the forefront of the economic and social transformation of the regions that they operate in. And we can really start to see the seeds of those coming years in what we've heard today. So thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Alrighty, thank you, buddy. Thank you, well done to all the teams, 15 teams. Give yourselves another round of applause, guys. That was awesome. Okay, without further ado, big thank you to all the stakeholders, all the people who haven't been mentioned, from Joe to James, who make this possible, Nadine, the M&E team that are asking you questions day in and day out. And everybody else who makes this possible. So big thank you to those individuals. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you after. Thank you.